Dzień dobry, witam wszystkich w drugim dniu naszych.
Good morning, everyone. Today it's our second day of our conference dedicated to synodality. I hope you slept well. Maybe you had some time to think over the issues we discussed yesterday, and anew we are beginning the conference. I would like to remind you about the internet connection, Wi-Fi connection that is available to all of you. All the attendees in the booklet you received, you can find the password and the name of the network. So if you like to use this network, it's designed only for the conference, specifically for us, for conference attendees. So let's begin our second day. And the first thing on the agenda today is the plenary lecture. Our dear speaker is already here with me, but let me say a few words about him. So I do remember a conference, North American Paristic Society conference in Chicago. And during this very conference, I got to know that Professor Drobner was present. So I was impressed because I know him from university, from his works. And I was so impressed by the fact to be able to meet in person someone who was such an authority, an author, a renowned author I know so well. So I'm so happy and glad that today Professor Drobner accepted our invitation to join us at this conference and to share his research with us about St. Augustine and what St. Augustine thought about synodality. So Professor Hubertus Drobner, please welcome at our conference today at our university. Without further ado, the floor is yours, Professor. And the subject is Synod and Synodality in Augustine of Hippo's life and theology. Dear Hubert, the floor is yours.
So, let's go straight into the subject. Without introduction, part 1. The disciplinary function of synods. The first synod Augustine participated in was the Council in Hippo Regius on 8th of October 393, when he was still a priest. Bishop Valerius of Hippo had ordained Augustine to the priesthood in January 391 in order to have him preach, which was quite extraordinary and controversial in North Africa at the time, though later generally accepted, but already a matter of course in the Greek church where Valerius came from. Though Augustine did not become a coadjutor bishop before 395, he was invited to address the bishops, who were assembled in Hippo Regius for the Synod of 8th of October 393, with a discourse which he later published under the title De Fide et Symbolo, on faith and the creed. The complete acts of this synod have not survived. However, there are two sources of the proceedings available. Firstly, 7 canons which quote the names and contributions of 8 bishops: Aurelius of Carthage, the primate, Epigonius of Bulla and Saturninus of Utica, all from the province of Africa Consularis, Megalius of Calama in Numidia, Cecilianus, Honoratus, and Theodorus from the province of Mauretania Citifensis, while their sees are not mentioned, and Elysius, the see is unknown. The second source, the Breviarium Hipponense, a summary of the proceedings which the bishop of the province of Bicacena sent to the later Council of Carthage which convened from the 13th to 28th of August 397, adds the name of one more bishop, Cresconius of Villareja, in Numidia or Mauritania's Defenses, who aspired to ascend the see of the neighboring city of Tubune, but was ordered to remain in his original diocese. Nevertheless, one may confidently assume the presence of many more bishops, as the canons repeatedly mention the agreement of all the bishops present. And Posidus, in his Vita Augustini, chapter 7, calls the synod a plenarium totius Africae concilium, a plenary council of all of Africa. For instance, the participation of Bishop Valerius of Hippo Regius as the host of the council should be taken for granted, while the Breviarium Hipponense confirms that a total of 43 bishops participated in the aforementioned Council of Carthage on 28th of August 397. So one could surmise there were 30, 40, maybe more bishops. On what did they deliberate? The 7 canons that have been preserved deal exclusively with disciplinary matters. The major issues are, firstly, the paternal and episcopal or clerical custody of children under age, safeguarding their proper behavior to the point that they should not be emancipated unless their lifestyle is impeccable, lest their bad manners fall back on their clerical fathers. Secondly, the office of readers, lectores. They should be obliged either to marry or to take religious vows when they arrive at adulthood, pubescentes. Otherwise, they should be removed from office until they fulfill the one or the other requirement. Safeguarding good standing. Thirdly, a reader who remarries should be removed from office. Fourthly, bishops may only celebrate the Eucharist fasting, as also lay people are expected to do. Fifthly, besides the readings from Holy Scripture, also the passion accounts of martyrs, passiones, may be read in the liturgy, a custom which was probably of much older origin, and will be confirmed again by the Synod of Carthage in 397, albeit, according to the Breviarium Hipponense 36d, with a restriction to the martyr's feast day only. Sixthly, the See of Carthage is charged with communicating the annual Easter date to all the other provinces and churches. And seventh, the Church of Carthage is confirmed to have, I quote, the first see of all the bishops of the African provinces. However, the Council concedes that Mauritania may also have a primatial see in Sitifis while remaining subordinate to Carthage. The Breviarium Hipponense confirmed the fundamentally disciplinary character of the Synod while adding details and further themes, among them 25 years as the minimum age of ordination and religious vows, the prohibition of giving the Eucharist to catechumens or deceased people, the annual convocation of synods, where a minimum of 3 bishops from each province should be present. Only the province of Tripolis, which lies some 400 kilometers southeast of Hippo Regius, as the crow flies, is granted an exception. From there, only a single bishop need to come, quote, due to the lack of bishops, end quote. Accusations against the bishop have to be made to the primate of the province, who is bound to make a decision within a month. Accusations of priests and deacons are to be heard by the bishop. Children of bishops or clerics may neither perform in nor watch public spectacular. They may not marry schismatics or heretics. And many more detailed rules of this kind governing the life of clerics. In addition to the above-mentioned decree that besides Holy Scripture, also the Passion accounts of martyrs may be read in church, the Breviarium Hipponense lists the first scriptural canon which we know of in the Western Church. The final regulation confirms the aforementioned lack of clergy. Donatist bishops who convert to Catholicism are to be received as lay people for their own spiritual good, unless there is such a lack of priests in their region that they may continue to officiate as clerics. In general, all of the North African synods dealt with disciplinary, not doctrinal matters, which is also true for most other synods held worldwide, that is, in the Roman Empire at the time. After the end of the Trinitarian controversy concerning the Nicene Creed in 381, very few, foremost the councils we call ecumenical, occupied themselves with the further great doctrinal issues, that is, Christology and ecclesiology. Most synods served to organize unified procedures of the local churches by coming to an agreement and supporting the local bishops through their decrees. Part 2. Synods as a place of theological formation. One more detail is transmitted by the Breviarium Hipponense, which leads directly to the role Augustine played during the Synod of Hippo in 393. At the beginning of the proceedings, the Nicene Creed is quoted and acclaimed by the participants. This seems to have been the usual custom at the beginning of synods in order to reconfirm the common faith of all the bishops present and thus ascertain the common theological ground for their deliberations. It is the original form of the Nicene Creed of 325, including the final anathemata against the Arians. The text has been transmitted by 3 manuscripts in slightly different wording, but without any substantial difference. And while one has to admit possible later redactions during the copying and transmission of the text, they unanimously confirm that the additions made by the Council of Constantinople in 381 have not been inserted yet. However, with one exception. He was made man through the Virgin Mary. All other additions are left out, especially markedly the final exposition on the Holy Spirit. The Creed in Hippo 393, as in Nicaea 325, simply ends, and in the Holy Spirit. That's it. We cannot embark on the highly complicated discussion which texts of the Nicene or the Nicene Constantinopolitanian or the baptismal creeds were used in various instances. In general, since Emperor Theodosius' decrees from 3rd of August 379, 27th of February 380, and the confirmation by the Council of Constantinople in 381, it was quite clear that the only valid basis for the Catholic faith was the Nicene Creed. However, it's remarkable that here only the one edition of the Constantinopolitanian enlarged version of the Virgin Mary has crept in. Apparently, the enlarged text was known, but not deemed to be the indispensable basis of the faith as a whole. The original version obviously sufficed. Therefore, let us see which version Augustine uses and how he comments upon it in his treatise De Fide et Symbolo, which emerged from the talk he gave to the bishops at the Council of Hippo 393. Nevertheless, before doing that, I have to make a little excursion. One needs to ask a question which sheds further distinctive light on the function of synods in antiquity. That the Nicene Creed was read to and confirmed by the bishops present as a common theological ground is understandable. However, did they need instruction from a mere priest like Augustine? Apparently so. But why? Well, because the names and writings of such highly educated great theologians and political leaders like Ambrose, Augustine, Athanasius, and the Cappadocian Fathers largely shape our perception of the ancient church. One tends to assume that all, or at least many, of the bishops of the times were of this caliber. But this was not the case. For instance, at the famous conference in Carthage, 411, 286 Catholic and 285 Donatist bishops are present. However, most of them remain mute. Only 6 from each side were appointed actores, that is, active disputants. The rest remain names in the list of participants and signatories. The same is true for all of the synods. It is usually only a handful of bishops or 2 who enter into the discussion, and even of those, oftentimes very little is known, let alone that they compose theological treatises. Sometimes letters have been preserved, but not more. Of most of the participants in ancient synods, we do not know more than their names and oftentimes, but not always, the name of their episcopal see. Sometimes, even the knowledge of the location of some of those sees has been lost over time. For instance, one of the auxiliary bishops of Paderborn, where I'm living, is titular bishop of Panatoria in the province of Mauritania Caesarensis. This diocese is attested by the name of one bishop in 484, Donatus. And the list of dioceses of Mauritania Caesarensis of the same year. But nobody knows anymore where it was exactly located. But he's still titular bishop of it. Most of the bishops in antiquity were pious and well-proven personalities, but had no further higher theological education. There were no clerical seminaries. The general basis for a good education was the public school system of the grammaticus, the rhetor, and finally the philosopher. The number of schools was very limited and cost a considerable amount of money, so that usually only the well-born and affluent could afford such an education, like attending the academy in Athens, like Basil the Great and Gregory of Nazianzus, together with the later Emperor Julian, the apostate. Remember the well-known case of the 15-year-old Augustine, who had to return home from his schooling in Madaura for a year, because his not-so-well-off parents needed time to save enough money to finance his further education in Carthage, as he himself reports in his Confessions 2, paragraph 3.5. For who did not extol and praise my father, in that he went even beyond his means to supply his son with all the necessaries for a far journey for the sake of his studies? And here comes the decisive sentence. For many far richer citizens did not do the like for their children. This confirms the comparatively small number of well-educated people, so that one can expect no more from the clergy either. The specific Christian schools only existed in the East, in Alexandria, Caesarea, in Palestine, Antioch, Edessa, and Nisibis. However, they did not teach the basic skills of reading and writing, but Christian philosophy replacing the profane philosophy. It is true that from the 3rd century onwards, also monasteries educated in the Christian faith and life on the usually exclusive basis of the Bible, disdaining the classical authors and philosophers, which were considered to be useless, if not detrimental. However, of those students again, very few became influential theologians and authors, like, for instance, Epiphanius of Salamis. In short, the grand majority of bishops doubtlessly knew their faith and lived in an exemplary way, but they needed and valued further education in theological matters from highly trained people and thinkers like Augustine, even if he was not yet a bishop himself. At the beginning of his remarks in the Retractationes concerning his treatise De Fide et Symbolo at the end of his life, Augustine says, "During the same period, in the presence of the bishops who ordered me to do this, and who were holding a plenary council of all of Africa at Hippo Regius, I gave a talk as a presbyter on faith and the creed. I turned this talk into a book at the very eager insistence of several of them with whom I was quite close. In it, the discussion of these things are carried out in such a way as not to reproduce the text of the words which was given to the competentes to be memorized." This remark shows several things. Firstly, the bishops were humble enough to accept that they could learn something from a mere but supremely well-educated priest like Augustine. Secondly, at least some of them were so impressed by his talk that they urged its publication, presumably so that also wider public may profit from Augustine's wisdom, and they themselves could have their own copy at home for consultation. At the same time, it is quite clear that Augustine is not commenting on the Nicene Creed, but on the baptismal creed as it was used in northern Africa at the time. And he treats the bishops with due respect. Quoting and explaining the text of the baptismal creed line by line, as was traditionally done at the so-called Traditio Symboli during a sermon 2 or 3 weeks before Easter, in order to give the text to the competentes, the candidates for baptism at Easter Vigil, quite a number of those have been preserved by Augustine, would have demeaned the dignity of the bishop. They were all baptized, and they all knew the text of the baptismal creed by heart, because they taught it themselves when educating the competentes in their dioceses. Clearly, they expected to be appropriately esteemed while they learned something further at the same time. However, this also means that Augustine's explanation of the creed at the Council of Hippo 393 went beyond the text of the original Nicene Creed, as recited at the beginning of the Synod. Both from his sermons to the competentes and from the treatise De Fide et Symbolo, it is quite clear that the baptismal creed in North Africa also included the additions made by the Council of Constantinople in 381. What then is Augustine's aim? This becomes quite clear from the start and throughout the treatise. Augustine does not intend to teach the bishops the creed, but to arm them against the clever arguments of heretics and enable them to teach their people likewise. I quote, "This faith must be guarded with devotion and care, lest it be sullied within us in any way by the deceitful cleverness of heretics." Beginners are presenting with the essential of the faith in a few sentences. However, for those who have advanced further, and who, imbued with true humility and genuine charity, aspire to the divine teaching. The creed would of necessity have to be explained in much greater detail. No small number of heretics have attempted to insinuate their poisonous doctrines into those brief sentences which constitute the creed. Yet, an exposition of the faith can help protect the creed. Its purpose is to safeguard with full Catholic authority the truth expressed in the creed and to provide a more powerful defense against the heretic's onslaught. This red thread runs throughout the entire treatise. I quote again. Some people have tried to demonstrate that God the Father is not all-powerful. They consequently believe that he was unable to create the world from nothing, meaning the Manichees. The only begotten Son of God, therefore, was not created by the Father, nor was he begotten in time, nor is he inferior to the Father. This means that those who claim that the Son is the same as the Father, the modalists, find themselves outside the Catholic faith. Those people who assert that the Son is created, although different from the rest of creation, also cut themselves off from the Catholic faith, meaning the Arians. It was God's gift that he should condescend to assume man in its entirety in the womb of the Virgin. He took up a dwelling place in his mother's virginal body, and when he came forth, her virginity remained intact. This temporal order of salvation has been assailed by heretics on numerous occasions, meaning the reality of the incarnation by the Manichees and its completeness by Apollinarius. Those who deny that our Lord Jesus Christ had an earthly mother, Mary, are also worth of contempt, that is, the Docetists. Meaning, what he really does here, he gives really a complete survey of all the dangers, of all the misinterpretations, of all the dangerous heretics, which he knows perfectly well, and their theology, the other bishops might not. In paragraph 11, Augustine begins to comment upon the text of the Creed as completed by the Council of Constantinople, crucified under Pontius Pilate, buried, seated at the right hand of the Father. Here, no heretical opinions are mentioned, because these articles were not object of controversial discussion in the first place. The commentary on the rest of the enlarged Nicene Creed, the articles on the Holy Spirit, the Catholic Church, the forgiveness of sins, and the resurrection of the body, the affirmation of one baptism is conspicuously absent and not explained why. In some way seems to distinguish the level of the original parts and the added ones. I quote, "After the summary of our Lord's divine birth and those deeds accomplished for our salvation, which are presented to us as articles of faith, our profession of faith, divine in origin, is rounded off and brought to completion by the Holy Spirit." So they still feel that there is a dividing line between the Nicene Creed and the additions of 381. Was there a certain hesitation in accepting the enlarged Nicene Creed? One needs to remember that the first council that quotes the text of the Creed as presumably completed by the Council of Constantinople are the Acts of the Council of Chalcedon, 451. Before that, only Augustine's baptismal sermons and the present De Fide Symbolo attest to it. Was this possibly the reason to invite Augustine and explain the complete text, especially including a long passage on the divinity of the Holy Spirit? in order to make the enlarged version acceptable to the assembled bishops. We do not know for certain. However, the anti-heretical orientation is reintroduced, which shows that those articles were not undisputed at the time. I quote, "They maintain that the Holy Spirit owes his existence to the Father, from whom everything comes, an assertion which would be totally false, utterly absurd, and contrary to the Catholic faith, but characteristic of certain heresies, probably referring to both Manichaeism and Gnosticism. Some have ventured to believe of the Holy Spirit that he constitutes the very communion between the Father and the Son. Those who would maintain that the communion of which we are speaking is not a substance, whether we call it divinity, love, or charity, contradict the preceding point of view. Let those who hold this opinion cleanse their hearts as best as they can." This streak of controversy continues with the article of the Church. And so we believe in a church which is holy, but which is also Catholic. For heretics and schismatics also give the name of churches to their assembly. A heretic does not belong to the church, nor does a schismatic, certainly especially aimed at the Donatists. Also, there seem to have been doubts regarding the resurrection of the body. Should someone imagine that it is impossible for our present flesh to be transformed into a nature of this kind, that persons should be brought to faith by a gradual process of reasoning, as follows. While Augustine certainly reworked his talk on faith and the creed, and possibly enlarged and refined its contents for its publication, a number of paragraphs still reflect the oral presentation, paragraph 3, 10, 17, and 18. And the whole doubtlessly bears witness to the fact that synods were not only conventions in order to ascertain the common faith and to arrive at disciplinary agreements and decrees to give the single community the unified order, they were also places of further theological education and learning, with the objective of deepening the faith and enabling the participants to teach and defend the faith better in their own dioceses. At this point, a final question needs to be asked. How effective were all those good intentions and resolutions in practice? May one assume that the texts of synodal decrees reflect the daily reality in the Church? Apparently not necessarily, as the following example will show. Part 3, the effectiveness of synods. Amongst numerous other decisions, the Breviarium Hipponense refers to a decree regarding eating and drinking in the Church. I quote, "Bishop or clerics shall not hold banquets in the Church, unless they might perhaps, dictated by necessity, serve refreshments there to guests who are passing through. Also the people are to be held back from such banquets in as far as this is possible." Very important. End quote. What is the synod referring to? And why does it not strictly prohibit any eating and drinking in the Church? In the case of bishops and clerics entertaining a presumably large number of guests for whom there is no other venue big enough, the rule is understandable. But why make the cautious provision in far as this is possible when it comes to lay people? Fortunately, we have a number of sources illustrating both the situation and the problems of carousing in the Church. The earliest source is Augustine's letter 22, paragraph 3 to 4, addressed to Bishop Aurelius of Carthage. Content and tone of the letter clearly show that Augustine is still a priest. He writes, Feasting and drunkenness, after all, are considered permissible and licit to the point that they are committed even at celebrations in honor of the blessed martyrs, not only on feast days, but even daily. But let us tolerate these practices within private homes. At least, let this great disgrace be kept from the tombs of the bodies of the saints. At least, let it be kept from the places for the sacraments, from houses of prayer. If Africa were the first to try to eliminate these practices, it would deserve to be worthy of imitation by all other lands. But since through the greater part of Italy and in all or almost all the churches across the sea, in part because they were never practiced, in part when they had just sprung up or when they had been established, they were destroyed and wiped out by the diligence and attention of holy bishops. How can we hesitate to correct so great a moral defect, at least with so widespread an example set before us? So it's a North African, peculiar North African problem. Remember poor Saint Monica in Milan, going to the cemetery, celebrating the deceased, and people pointed at her, look at her, what drunkard. It was not known in Milan. And that's the famous word, when in Milan, do as the Milanese do. Yes, Ambrose advises her. After that, Augustine admits that the plague of this evil is so great that it cannot, in my opinion, be completely healed except by the authority of a council. A decree, as we have seen, was indeed passed by the Synod of Hippo, 8th of October 393. Or, if the healing must begin from one church, just as it seems bold to try to change what the Church of Carthage hold, so it involves great impudence to want to keep what the Church of Carthage has corrected. But for this purpose, what other bishops should we desire but the one who as a deacon condemned these practices, that is, Aurelius of Carthage? And he concludes, what was deplorable then must now be eliminated, not harshly, but in a spirit of gentleness and kindness, according to Galatians 6:1 and 1 Corinthians 4:21, as Scripture says. These practices then are eliminated, in my opinion, not with harshness, not with toughness, not in an imperious manner, but by teaching rather than commanding. As Augustine is still a priest when writing this letter, and apparently no synodal decree has been passed yet, letter 22 is usually dated between spring of 391 and 8th of October 393. Because at later instances, Augustine reports the successful abolition of this scandalous behavior, both in Carthage and in Hippo Regius. In Sermon 252, paragraph 4, given during Easter season of an undetermined year, probably in Hippo Regius, Augustine reminds his congregation of those grievances in and outside the church. I quote, "How many people there are grabbing and plundering, how many getting drunk, how many cursing and speaking ill of others, how many spectators at the theaters. Don't the very people who also fill the theaters fill the churches? And often enough they seek the same sort of things in the churches by rowdy behavior as they do in the theaters. In this very city, my brothers and sisters, didn't we experience what your holinesses can recall as vividly as I can? What risk we ran when God expelled drunken celebrations from this basilica? Wasn't the ship almost sunk, along with its crew, by the rowdy behavior, the rioting of worldly people? Nevertheless, it was by no means an easy task to uproot this deeply ingrained misbehavior in Africa, as other sources show. In letter 29, written in 395, 2 years after the decree of the Synod in Hippo, Augustine, now Bishop of Hippo Regius, informs his lifelong friend Alypius, who was then the bishop of their hometown Tagaste, how many obstacles he encountered in his attempt to abolish the tradition of celebrating banquets in honor of the martyrs in the church, and as a purported consolation of the deceased in the cemeteries. In this context, Augustine refers to the splendid example of the churches overseas. There, those abuses had never taken root or were quickly corrected by good and energetic bishops. Unfortunately, the city of Rome, of all places, presented a deplorable exception. I quote, "And because examples of daily drunkenness in the Basilica of the Blessed Apostle Peter were brought forth, I first said that we had heard that this had often been forbidden, but that the place was distant from the residence of the bishop, and in so large a city there's a great multitude of people who live according to the flesh, especially since travelers, when they first arrive there, retain that custom with more insistence, and the more ignorant they are. Hence, so great a plague could not as yet be brought under control and quieted down." The distance from the Lateran to St. Peter's is too far at the time to intervene quickly. An additional complication was that the Donatists continued to practice those banquets in their basilicas. Two more Augustinian sermons speak of the still continuing custom of eating and drinking in the church. Sermons 273, paragraph 8, and 351, which are unfortunately undated. Also, the synodal decree apparently had not the desired effect, for a synod in Carthage on 16th of June 401 had to renew the ban. I quote, "Although this needs to be requested, that because against divine precepts, banquets are celebrated in many locations. These should be forbidden and prevented both by the cities and the estates by imposing fines, especially when they refuse to commit these things even on the feast day of the blessed martyrs in some cities, and even at those sacred places. On those days, they perform most sinful dances in the street and the squares, so that matrimonial honor and the modesty of countless women who piously come to this most holy day is assailed by frivolous, unruly conduct." End quote. In short, the ordinance of a synodal decree and its practical acceptance by the local churches needed by no means coincide. Historic practical conclusions. These few examples may suffice to illustrate Augustine's theory and practice of the function of synods and synodality, which accompanied him throughout his life and all those numerous synods he participated in, usually as one of their highly influential leaders. Firstly, synods provide an occasion for meeting, discussion, and reaching agreements on a multitude of practical issues. Secondly, synods provide a place to ascertain one's own faith in the community of believers. Consequently, only members of the same church are admitted who profess the same creed, namely the one from Nicaea. Thirdly, synods are a place for learning and development, both theologically and practically. The leaders of the churches who were assembled, the bishops, were prepared to be taught by theological experts, be it one of themselves or an invited outsider like Augustine the priest. Fourthly, the usually unanimously agreed decrees of synods had a twofold function. On the one hand, they intended to unify the ecclesiastical practice of the dioceses on the ground of their common faith. On the other hand, those decrees intended to support the local bishops in enforcing sometimes highly controversial and hard to enforce issues like the abolition of carousing in the church, purportedly practiced in order to honor the martyrs, but all too often getting out of hand in indecent intoxication. Fifthly, nevertheless, a synodal decree was never effective by itself. It always depended on the authority of the local bishop and the acceptance of the people. It is true that lay people were not allowed to participate in synods. However, they had a decisive voice both before and afterwards. Against the strong opposition of the people, the bishops could achieve little. Many decrees had to be repeated several times over many years, and some never went into effect. Roma locuta, causa finita, in the sense that the central authority makes a binding decision which automatically closes the case while the people have nothing to say, only to obey, is a modern misconception. Even the saying itself does not reflect its true origin, because it is derived from Augustine's sermon 131, probably pronounced in Carthage in September 417. Not the Pope, Rome, obliges other churches to follow his decisions, but vice versa. Augustine admonishes the Pope to follow the decisions of his predecessor regarding Pelagius. The case was the following, in short. Two synods in Carthage and Milevi had condemned Pelagius and his pupil Celestius, and, supported by letters from 5 bishops, among them Augustine, had asked Pope Innocent to confirm the decision, giving it worldwide validity. This he did by excommunicating both Pelagius and Celestius on 17th of January 417. However, the Synod of Diospolis in Palestine in December 415 rehabilitated Pelagius, and Pope Innocent's successor Zosimus followed the decision of that synod in March 417 and rehabilitated the two. The Africans, however, considered the case to be definitely closed by the decision of Pope Innocent, causa finita. So, Augustine admonishes Pope Zosimus to abide by the decree of his predecessor. Eventually, Pope Zosimus had to give in to the pressure exerted by the North African bishops, who on 30th of April 418 succeeded in obtaining an imperial edict condemning Pelagius and Celestius again. As a consequence, Pope Zosimus condemned them again as well in his so-called Epistula Tractatoria. All these circumstances show that synodality in Augustine's mind did not require everybody to participate in synods, but it did comprise the history of reception in which not only the people played a decisive role, but in which not even the Pope was exempt from being required to change his position. For another misconception of the function of synods, a modern misconception, is the idea which one may call synodus locuta causa finita. On these grounds, people wonder why the documents and decrees of the Second Vatican Council, even after 70 years, are still disputed. They have not been fully implemented yet, and hark back to the Council of Trent as a great steadfast beacon for over 400 years. They forget that it took decades to implement these decrees, as it took over 50 years to give the Council of Nicaea and its creed universal authority. Synods and synodality have always been, and I dare say will continue to be, a dynamic process of ideas, movements, decisions, reception, acceptance, and rejection, through which eventually the Universal Church, by a process of reception or rejection, by the general beliefs of the people, the sensus fidelium, developed its definite and true course. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję.
Thank you very much for your very, very interesting presentation. It was a very important paper on Augustine, synods and synodality. We have some time for questions. Are there any questions, comments?
Proszę bardzo, pan Paweł.
Mr. Paweł.
For your wonderful lecture. I have few maybe comments and question, if I could ask you. I wonder what is your thought about this Nicene Creed and the understanding of this the creed in the Africa at the end of the 4th century and the 5th century, because if I understand you correctly, like Augustine, he knew about this Nicaea-Constantinopolitan Creed, but the Africans, they lean more to the Nicene Creed, not to Nicaea-Constantinopolitan Creed. And my question is, it is because the other bishops in Africa, they did not know this creed from the Council of Constantinople 381, or they know this creed, but they thought that this was the local council, and they prefer this, I would say, the rule which we see in the 5th century, especially Council of Ephesus and Latrocinium, the Nicaea only. You know, the only Nicaea matter. So this is my first question. It is that they prefer more the authority of Nicaea, or they did not know the creed of Constantinopolitan. Maybe, or can I ask another question, or later? Because
Later.
Let me answer first. Well, one thing one has to be quite sure about. We are thinking of the Nicene Creed as governing everything, which is not true at the time. First of all, that Nicaea is a basis for the doctrinal faith is quite clear for everybody. Since 381, there's no doubt about it. Then again, 381 to 393, it's only 12 years. Yeah? And to suppose that everybody knows about the additions already, we just don't know. But much more important, why is Augustine commenting upon the baptismal creed? Because the Nicene Creed is not the personal profession of faith. The personal confession of faith is always the baptismal creed. There is end of his life in one of the Anti-Arians, 428, when the Arian bishop, he asked the Arian bishop, give me your profession of faith. And he starts to come with the Nicene Creed or with some other creed. They say, no, I want your personal creed. So, and as far as we know, the problem is the only transmission or the only witnesses to the reception of the Constantinopolitan editions are Augustine's works themselves. We don't know what the other bishops taught there. We have got the Creed of Milan, we have the Creed of Rome, we have the Creed of Augustine. But think like the Creed and Faith shows that obviously if the other bishops haven't known about it yet, or haven't used it yet, or haven't understood it yet completely, this is the occasion to teach them. Yeah? How much in how far it was effective, in how far it spread, we do not know. But I think we can safely assume that the baptismal creeds in North Africa, everywhere, did not deviate from the Nicene creeds in substance, but certainly in origin, they were older than that, and were used during the baptismal celebrations. Yeah. So what we do now, let us profess our faith, and we start with the Nicene Creed in the Mass. That was not the custom.
Thank you very much. I have another maybe comment, but if anybody...
Może ktoś ma jeszcze inne...
Maybe someone else has a different question.
Tak, jest... Panie Pawle, może proszę podać tutaj księdzu...
Yeah, we can pass a microphone.
Nie? Okej. Skoro nie ma, to... Dziękuję bardzo.
If there are no other questions, I would like to thank you, Professor Hubertus Drobner, once again for your amazing lecture, for this wonderful beginning of our conference. According to our plan, you are invited to participate in a short coffee break. Maybe while drinking and eating cakes, we can discuss about Augustine and his view of synodality. We see each other here at 10. I invite everyone.
To our lecture hall, please. Nie. Tak, ja tylko jak na ten, żeby odpalić to.
Raz, dwa, trzy. Możemy? Panie.
Okay, hello again. Let's begin. Let's begin our second session, second part of the conference today. Unfortunately, two of our speakers today cannot be present in person with us, but they want to join us online. And here you can see Professor Schramm, and since they are not able to be present with us, we can be able to replay the lecture. And to have someone to chair the session, Professor from Toruń is with us. Thank you for the honor of moderating.
Listen to Professor Schramm.
Welcome to all participants of our conference, and thank you for the opportunity to deliver my presentation online. The title of my presentation is Reaction of the Synods of Alexandria and Rome to Origen's Priestly Ordination. The second biographical event to Origen's castration, which caused heated discussions already during the Alexandrian theologian's lifetime, was his ordination to priesthood by two Palestinian bishops, Theoctistus of Caesarea and Alexander of Jerusalem, attested by Eusebius of Caesarea in his ecclesiastical history. The incident is dated to 230 or 231 AD, just after Pontian took the episcopal see in Rome. The reaction of the then Bishop of Alexandria, Demetrius, to the ordination of Origen was immediate and very violent, debacchatus est. He regarded the conferring of ordination without his consent as a disregard for the rights of the bishop of the place from which the ordained person came. On this issue, Demetrius convened a synod in Alexandria in 231. According to Photius' account of an extract from Pamphilus' Apology of Origen, the synod decided to remove Origen from Alexandria so that he could neither reside nor teach in the city, but he was not deprived of his priestly dignity. American scholar Richard Hanson has taken up the debate with Photius' account, claiming that Origen was not banished from Alexandria, but left the city voluntarily. According to Hanson, an ecclesiastical synod under Roman state law could not make a decision to exile anyone, much less enforce it. Proof of this state can be seen in the fact of prolonged residence in bishops' vicinity their fierce opponents. For example, in Rome, bishops Callistus, Pontian, and Urban had to endure the presence of Hippolytus. There is no doubt among historians on the synod's decision to ban Origen from teaching in Alexandria. it did not completely deprive Origen of the possibility of holding the priestly office, which caused Demetrius' strong disapproval. With the participation of a group of Egyptian bishops, he signed an act that, according to an account by Photius, would deprive Origen of his priestly dignity. As Henri Crouzel noted, the Greek verb apokerittein, used here by Photius, means to disinherit, to declare an outlaw, an exile, to declare a ban, and expresses a deposition ex officio. However, it does not state the invalidity of ordination, which is expressed by the adjective akyros, invalid, having no legal force, used in the 16th canon of the Council of Nicaea of 325, concerning the legal evaluation of ordination conferred by a foreign bishop without the permission of his own. Demetrius' decision, therefore, could only have related to the prohibition of priestly functions. However, if Demetrius meant to declare ordinations invalid, this would be a clear abuse of his rights. A later source text has survived, mentioning Rome's reaction to Demetrius' decision, but it doesn't mention by name Pontian, who was the pope at the time. The text comes from St. Jerome's letter number 33 to Paula, which contains valuable information about the life and works of Origen. It reads as follows, quotation, Bishop Demetrius condemns him, Origen of course, with the exception of the priests of Palestine, Arabia, Phoenicia and Achaia, the world agrees to his condemnation. In damnationem eius consentit orbis. Rome itself incites Senate against him. Roma ipsa contra hunc cogit senatum. Not because of the novelty of his teachings, not because of heresy, as the rabid dogs are now barking around him, but because they could not bear the glory of his eloquence and knowledge, and the fact that when he spoke, all were considered mute. The end of quotation. It is difficult to determine exactly who is behind the consentit orbis statement, which is full of rhetorical exaggeration, whether indeed the heads of all the local churches of the time, or what is more likely, only the bishops of the most important capitals. Pierre Notin believes that Demetrius, after holding the Alexandrian Synod, sent letters informing about its resolutions only to the bishops of Rome and Antioch, because these churches, along with Alexandria, enjoyed primacy and seniority, ta presbeia, as having been founded by the apostles. Regardless of how many bishops the information about Demetrius' synods reached, certainly it primarily reached the bishop of the imperial capital, the political center of the world at the time, sanctified by the tradition of the martyrdom of the apostles Peter and Paul. However, it should probably not be inferred that Demetrius informing the Bishop of Rome was intended to obtain the approval of the Alexandrian Synod's verdict by the supreme ecclesiastical authority. German historian Klaus Schatz pointed out that until the end of the 3rd century, the resolutions of regional synods were transmitted to the major churches as part of the so-called communio ecclesiarum. Quotation, along with the transmission of these resolutions is sometimes associated a request for accession, which, however, cannot be understood as ratification by a higher authority, even if the accession of other churches, and eventually of Rome, lends greater authority to such synods. The end of quotation from Schatz. Demetrius probably needed such support from the authority of the major episcopal capitals, especially Rome, since, according to Jerome's account, a sizable group of clergy disagreed with the decision depriving Origen of his priestly functions. Jerome's account then shows that Rome responded to the matter of Origen on its own initiative by convening an assembly called a Senate. One might be surprised to see the Latin term senatus used in the context of ecclesiastical affairs. It certainly does not mean the Roman Senate, After all, it is difficult to suspect that the state authorities were interested in the issue of the validity of the ordination granted in Palestine to any Christian exegete. The range of meaning that Jerome attributed to the word senatus in his other letters was quite broad. First of all, he understood by it the Roman Senate, which he contrasted with the Church in his letter to Paulinus of Nola, nobilem te ecclesia habeat ut prius senatus habuit. However, he also used this term to describe an assembly of Christian matrons, matronarum quotidie visitetur senatus, or persons of merit to the community of the Church. For example, he calls his friends Pammachius and Marcella Christiani senatus lumina. It is most likely, therefore, that the term senatus in the analyzed passage of the 33rd letter of Jerome should be understood as Council of Elders or August Assembly, referring to the circle of presbyters of the Church. On the one hand, it may be a reference to the formulation of Ignatius of Antioch, who in his letter to the Church of Tralles compared the presbyters, it as elders, to the Council of God and the Assembly of the Apostles, Synedrion Theu kai Syndesmon Apostolon. On the other hand, this may be a testimony to Jerome's borrowing of nomenclature from state administration, since in his time, it is the late 4th and early 5th centuries, the Church's accommodation to state structures had gone quite far. This is evidenced, for example, by late 4th century apse mosaic in the Church of St. Prudence, depicting Christ seated on a throne, flanked by the apostles Peter and Paul, clad in Roman senatorial togas. There is a problem in determining what rank the assembly named by Jerome as the Senate had and who exactly attended it. Historian of the councils Charles Joseph Hefele cited the views of scholars who believed that under Jerome's term senatus was a mere gathering of the Roman clergy rather than an official synod to issue a binding decision. Indeed, certain elements of Jerome's statement support the unofficial nature of the assembly. The absence of the name of Bishop Pontian, for example, is surprising. There is also no mention of any specific resolutions of the alleged synod, other than that it was convened against Origen. Most scholars, however, interpret Jerome's senatus as an official synod. 19th century historian Ignaz von Dollinger argued that it meant a synod presided over by Pope Pontian, since Origen was a well-known person in the imperial capital by virtue of his earlier stay in Rome, when he allegedly met Hippolytus and became his supporter. Likewise, according to Notin, senatus means a meeting of the Bishop of Rome with the bishops of the suburban dioceses, not of all Italy, who issued a special decree on Origen. Defending this hypothesis of an official synod convened by Pontian, Notin referred to other source texts. The first argument would be a reference from the same 33rd letter of Jerome to Paula, mentioning certain epistole synodorum in causa Origenis, according to the lesson of publisher Erich Klostermann. However, it is not clear which synods are meant, perhaps only the Alexandrian synods of Demetrius. However, if one assumes that it concerns as well a Roman synod, a doubt arises as to why it would be referred to once as synodus and another time as senatus in the same letter. Notin's argument is also unconvincing for the reason that the phrase he took from Jerome's letter constitutes a crux philologorum and is an uncertain lesson. The Corpus Scriptorum Ecclesiasticorum Latinorum edition and the new edition compiled by Henryk Pietras give as the first and basic version of the text it est epistula esifodorum super causa Origenis. Thus, this would refer to a letter to a certain Esifodorus regarding Origen and not to the episcopal synods. This place is so difficult to translate that the Polish translator Father Jan Czuj omitted it altogether without even indicating it in the text of the translation. Notin's second argument is more convincing. The French scholar points out that Eusebius had a habit of signaling the election of a pope before an account of some event involving that particular bishop of Rome. A similar case would be that of Pontian, whose election was mentioned by Eusebius just before the account of the ordination of Origen and some unspecified unrest because of it. Against the perpetrators of this unrest, the resolutions of ecclesiastical superiors, ton ecclesion prestosin, were passed, among which Notin conjectures the participation of the Bishop of Rome. Unfortunately, the above statement by Eusebius, like Jerome's statements, is vague and ambiguous. It seems to me that scholars, when pondering the question of the Roman congregation in the case of Origen, insufficiently emphasize an important point. Well, they link Jerome's statement primarily to Demetrius' reaction to Origen's acceptance of ordination without the consent of his own bishop. Meanwhile, there is no mention of ordination in the 33rd letter of Jerome, but there is mention of the condemnation associated with the teaching of Origen. According to the author of the Vulgate, the basis for this judgment was, in the Alexandrian own time, a misunderstanding of his teaching or jealousy, while in the time of Jerome it was clear that Origen was already suspected of heresy. According to the account taken from Pamphilus' Apologia, the first synod, led by Demetrius, didn't deprive Origen of his priestly dignity, but forbade him teaching in Alexandria. It is likely, therefore, that the question of Alexandrian's doctrinal orthodoxy played not such an inconsiderable role in the dispute over his ordination, and it is probably only to the bias of Eusebius, who was a supporter of Origen, that his silence on this issue should be attributed in the pages of ecclesiastical history. The accounts of Jerome and Rufinus preserve fragments of a letter from Origen to friends in Alexandria, in which he defended himself against forgers of his writings and answered charges of preaching heretical views. Although the letter is dated as late as 247, it relates to a forged discussion with Candid, a disciple of the Gnostic Valentinian, which took place in Athens much earlier, shortly after Origen was ordained, before he was even about to return to Alexandria. Thus, information about the Alexandrian's ordination and the confusion surrounding his dispute with Candid, accusing Origen of spreading the view of Satan's final conversion and salvation, must have reached Demetrius almost simultaneously. It can be surmised that the accusation of unorthodoxy appeared in a letter sent to the bishops by Demetrius alongside two of his other accusations against Origen, as mentioned by Eusebius, accepting ordination without the consent of his own bishop and allegedly committing autocastration when he was young. It was probably the doctrinal issues that caused Rome to uproar and convene an assembly of the clergy on the matter of Origen, which could have had the character of a synod. Nota bene, according to Jerome's account, some 15 years later, precisely because of objections to unspecified statements circulated without the consent of Origen by his secretary Ambrose, the Alexandrian explained himself with regret in an unpreserved letter to Pontian's second successor, the Bishop of Rome, Fabian. I would like to draw attention to another interesting phenomenon, as evidenced by a passage from Jerome's letter 33 analyzed above. According to this account, a large part of the episcopate, or even more broadly of the clergy, did not support Demetrius' decision to completely deprive Origen of his priestly functions and teaching opportunities. Consequently, Notin believes that Pontian, in favoring Demetrius' decision, thereby showed his disapproval of these bishops and perhaps even excluded them from communion with Rome. According to Eusebius, the bishops who continued to support Origen as a priest included primarily Theoctistus and Alexander, who ordained him. The author of Ecclesiastical History further mentions Bishop Firmilian of Caesarea in Cappadocia, who was so kind to Origen that not only for the sake of the churches did he invite him to his country, but he himself went to see him in Judea and stayed with him for a time to excel in the things of God. The bishops of the Roman province of Arabia also summoned Origen to synods 3 times between 240 and 250 as an expert of the evaluation of the erroneous doctrines of modalism, adoptionism, and tchnetopsychism. The above facts testify to the autonomy of the Eastern churches at the time in matters of jurisdiction and discipline, and to the fact that disagreement on these matters with other bishops and even with the Bishop of Rome was not an isolated or extraordinary phenomenon in the first half of the 3rd century. They also demonstrate that opinion on the ordination given to Origen was not unequivocal among the bishops. Thank you very much for your attention.
The applause is well deserved, and I hope that Professor Schramm is listening to us. So thank you once more. So he is probably listening to us, but we can communicate only in his direction, and he cannot speak to us at this very moment. So we cannot exactly ask him questions, but if someone would like to comment in some way, or just to pronounce a question that will be left without answers, he or she is most welcome.
Yeah, there is one interesting case what the Professor Mariusz Schramm presented with the probably Pontian synod in Rome, but we have very well attested the synod at the Rome in Fabian time, so like 20 years later. And there is one curious example in Apologia for Rufinus, written in 400, when he defended Origen, and he wrote that even Jerome himself, but we don't have record of Jerome, but even Jerome himself said that Origen write his apology to Pope Fabian to maybe not defend his doctrines, but to say that he did not believe what he really, what other people attack him. So this second council is much more well attested. So some, say that this first council of Pontian is not really, there was no real council, but this is very interesting that, Rufinus and probably Jerome said the more they cite authority of Pope Fabian that the Origen wrote to him, and he defend to the Bishop of Rome himself. So this shows us some kind of maybe not primacy or authority, but some kind of responsibility of the Bishop of Rome, even go far than Italia suburbicaria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, well, the question what the council, what the real council is very open. I think it can be an analogy whether it's an actual meeting. It's not always the actual meeting of the bishops, as we have at least in African and Italian sources. We've got the council as just the body of the bishops of a province, and I think the analogy is even nowadays when we say the episcopate of Poland said something. It may be either that the bishops gathered at the conference of the bishops, or just like that's the opinion of all the bishops. So the meaning of the word was open to discussion also then. Okay, so we regret that we don't have Professor Schramm with us in person. He would probably have some more comments and answers. But now we shall pass to another online prepared presentation by Professor Ivan Bodrožić from University of Split in Croatia, who will speak again about Jerome and Origen, St. Jerome as a translator at the service of the synods against Origen.
Welcome to all participants.
Good morning, my dear friends and colleagues. First of all, my apologies because I couldn't be today with you. The topic of my relation is Saint Jerome as a translator of the service at the Synods against Origen. Saint Jerome was a great exegete, but he is also known as an excellent translator. His analytical approach, his willingness to be subjective, and his courage to understand and convey the deeper meaning of what he was translating have earned him the nickname of patron saint of translators. His strategy of translating the sense of the text and not the literal words is a basic guideline for every translator since his days. The first topic of my relation is the importance of the doctrine for Saint Jerome. Towards the end of the 4th century, Jerome came into the conflict with John of Jerusalem regarding the translation of Origen's works, and he testifies that Bishop John reproached him for translating Origen's works into Latin in earlier times. He charges me with having translated Origen into Latin. In this I do not stand alone, for the confessor Hilary has done the same, and we are both at one in this, that while we have rendered all that is useful, we have cut away all that was harmful. Let him read our version for himself, if he knows how, and as he constantly converses and daily associates with Italians, I think he cannot be ignorant of Latin, or else, if he cannot quite take it in, let him use his interpreters, and then he will come to know that I deserve nothing but praise for the work on which he grounds a charge against me. For while I have always allowed to Origen his great merit as an interpreter and critic of the Scriptures, I have invariably denied the truth of his doctrines. Is it then that let him loose upon the crowd? Is it I that act sponsor to other preachers like him? End quotation. As we see, Jerome is in this letter, Epistle 82, was heard by this accusation, and he tried to justify himself to Bishop Theophilus of Alexandria. He will also do this in later letters such as Epistle 84, written circa 4000, to Pamachius and Oceanus, justifying himself against Origen's errors, even when he says that he praised his exegetical skill. Jerome said, I quote, "It is charged against me that I have sometimes praised Origen. If I am not mistaken, I have only done so in 2 places, in the short preface addressed to Damasus, to his homilies on the Song of Songs, and in Prologus to my book of Hebrews names. In these passages, do the dogmas of the Church come into question? Is anything said of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or of the resurrection of the flesh, or of the condition and material of the soul? I have merely praised the simplicity of his rendering and commentary, and neither the faith nor the dogmas of the Church come in at all. Ethics only are dealt with, and the mist of allegory is dispelled by a clear explanation. I have praised the commentator, but not the theologian, the man of the intellect, but not the believer, the philosopher, but not the apostle. But if men wish to know my real judgment upon Origen, let them read my commentaries upon Ecclesiastes. Let them go through my 3 books upon the Epistle to the Ephesians. They will then see that I have always opposed his doctrines. How foolish I would be to eulogize a system so far as to endorse its blasphemy. End quotation. For Jerome believed that orthodoxy had always been the key to his activity, and he justified himself by saying that even when he translated Origen, he never translated his doctrinal errors, but it was always a translation of exegetical works. He claimed that his translations were always in the service of the Church orthodoxy, even when he translated certain works of some controversial authors like Origen, against whom he was an opponent during that period. I quote, "I have the book in my hand as it was published 20 years ago. In numbers of my works, and especially in my commentaries, I have an occasion has offered Mendel this Hetten school. And if my opponents allege that I have done more than anyone else to affirm a collection of Origen's books, I answer that I only wish I could have the works of all theological writers, that by diligent study of them, I might make up for the slowness of my own wits. I have made a collection of his books, I admit, but because I know everything that he was written, I do not follow his errors. I speak as a Christian to Christians. Believe one who was tried him. His doctrines are poisons. They are unknown to the Holy Scriptures. Nay more, they do them violence. I have read Origen, I repeat, I have read him, and if it is a crime to read him, I admit my guilt. Indeed, these Alexandrian writings have emptied my purse. If you will believe me, I have never been an Origenist. If you will not believe me, I have now ceased to be one. But if even this fails to convince you, you will compel me in self-defense to write against your favorite, so that if you will not believe me when I disclaim him, you will have to believe me when I attack him." Jerome strives to prove that he never praised or promoted Origen's errors, just as he did not praise Origen as a person despite his human greatness. I quote, "Does anyone wish to praise Origen? Let him praise him as I do. From his childhood he was a great man, and truly a martyr's son. At Alexandria he praised it over the school of the church, succeeding a man of great learning, the presbyter Clement. So greatly did he abhor sensuality that out of a zeal for God, but yet one not according to knowledge, he castrated himself with a knife. Covetousness he trampled underfoot. He knew the scriptures by heart and labored hard day and night to explain their meaning. He delivered in church more than 1,000 sermons and published innumerable commentaries which he called tomes. These I now pass over, for it is not my purpose to catalogue his writings. Which of us can read all that he has written, and who can fail to admire his enthusiasm for the Scriptures? Let us not imitate the faults of one whose virtues we cannot equal. Other men have erred concerning the faith, both Greeks and Latin, but I must not mention their names, lest I should be supposed to defend Origen not by his own merits, by the errors of others. This, you will say, is to accuse them and not to excuse him. You would be right if I had declared him not to have erred, or if I had professed a belief that the Apostle Paul or an angel from heaven ought to be listened to in a deprivation of the faith. But as it is seen, I frankly admit him to be wrong. I may read him on the same terms as I read others, because if he is wrong, so also are they. That you may say, if error is common to many, why do you assail him alone? I answer, because he alone is praised by you as an apostle. Take away your exaggerated love for him, and I am ready to take away the greatness of my dislike. While you gather other men's false statements out of their books merely to defend Origen in his error, you extol this letter to the sky and will not allow that he has erred at all. End quotation. Jerome, as we can see, does confirm that he had clear criteria when translating. The key by which he selected works to translate was orthodoxy, which is why he contrasts to his opponents. He emphasized that he never defended Origen's errors, even when he translated his exegetical works. The final point is the authority of bishops and episcopal synods in discussions. In letter 86, Jerome congratulates Theophilus on the success of the struggle against Origenism, while in Epistle 87, Theophilus urges him to show his zeal for the faith by writing against the prevalent heresy. In response to this letter, Jerome again congratulates him on the success of putting down Origenism and informs him that they have already borne fruit as far west as Italy. Jerome says that he has already written to those in the West, but he believes that what Theophilus himself wrote to Pope Anastasius was more useful. He then goes on to admit that his zeal has been greater, heightened by Theophilus' request. I quote, "Now that you have directly urged me to do so, I shall show myself more zealous than ever to recall from their errors simple souls both near and far. Nor shall I hesitate, if needful, to incur odium with some, for we ought to please God rather than men. Although, indeed, they have been much more forward to defend their heresy than I and others have been to attack it." End quotation. As can be seen, the question is about the authority of bishops, which is very well known to Jerome, who confesses that the voice of Theophilus has been heard throughout the world and in all the churches of Christ, and that they have rejoiced as the poison of the devil has been quelled. On the other hand, Jerome knows that there is also a greater authority, which is the synodal authority. This is why he insists, filled with zeal spurred by Theophilus' invitation, to possibly have synodal materials. In this case, even the authority of what he himself writes would be greater. I quote, "At the same time, I beg that if you have any synodical decrees bearing upon the subject, you will forward them to me. Then, strengthened with the authority of so great a prelate, I may open my mouth for Christ with more freedom and confidence. The presbyter Vincent has arrived from Rome 2 days ago and humbly salutes you. He tells me again and again that Rome and almost the whole of Italy owe their deliverance after Christ to your letters. Show diligence, therefore, and most loving and most blessed Pope, and when whoever opportunity offers, write to the bishops of the West not to hesitate, in your own words, to cut down with a sharp sickle the sprouts of evil." End quotation. On the other hand, in Epistle 90. We have Theophilus' responses to Epiphanius of Salamina, from which it is clear that a more powerful means in the struggle against heresy is the Council of Bishops, rather than a single bishop. Therefore, Theophilus asked Epiphanius to convene a council for the island of Cyprus. I quote, "As your Excellency has often fought in contests of the kind before me, it is your present duty to strengthen the hands of those who are in the field and to gather together to this end the bishops of your entire island. A synodical letter should be sent to myself and to the Bishop of Constantinople and to any others whom you think fit, that by universal consent Origen himself may be expressly condemned, and also the infamous heresy of which he was the author." End quotation. Obviously, Epiphanius took Theophilus' advice seriously and convened a council, the outcome of which was a synodal letter. A copy of this letter was sent by Epiphanius to St. Jerome, urging him to translate into Latin documents relating to the Origenistic controversy. I quote, "I fancy that by this time you also have published something and that, as I suggested in my former letter to you on this subject, you have elaborated a treatise for readers of your own language, for I hear that certain of those who have made shipwreck have come also to the West, and that, not content with their own destruction, they desire to involve others in that with them, as if they thought that the multitude of sinners lessens the guilt of sin and the flames of Gehenna do not grow in size in proportion as more logs are heaped upon them." End quotation. In the meantime, Theophilus sent a synodal letter from a council held in Alexandria in 400 to the bishops of Palestine and Cyprus, which Jerome translated into Latin, Epistle 92. The purpose of the letter was to condemn the errors of Origenism, drawn from his book that were read in front of the bishops. In response to Theophilus, the bishops of Palestine convened in a council in Jerusalem, replying to Theophilus that there are no more Origenists among them. Jerome also translated this letter. This is Epistle 93. Subsequently, in Epistle 99, Jerome kindly asked Theophilus to send him the books he has written in the meantime so that he can translate them. "Kindly send me the books which you say that you have lately written, that I may translate them, or if not that, at least read them. Farewell in Christ." In conclusion, Jerome not only translated the Bible into Latin, but also various other commentaries and works by other illustrious figures such as Origen, Didymus, and Eusebius of Caesarea. But from the moment he became an opponent of Origen in 393, he waged war against the man and his works, becoming a member of a group led by Bishop Theophilus of Alexandria. Apart from the necessity of this bitter struggle against Origen, it should be noted that Jerome not only wrote several works against the great Alexandrian, but also released that an effective tool in the struggle was the synodal letters and Easter letters of Theophilus. Recognizing their importance, he spared no effort in translating them into Latin in order to inform readers and theological circles in the West of the danger of Origen's teaching. In fact, he translated not only Theophilos' synodal letter to the bishops of Palestine and Cyprus, but also the letter of the bishops of Palestine to Theophilus. Therefore, from this research, we have analyzed the contribution of St. Jerome's translations of these synodal letters to the understanding of the importance of local synods and their authority. From these letters, it is possible to understand how Jerome understood and accepted the authority of the local synods that had pronounced on the matter. Thus, not only through his personal writings, but also through his translations, Jerome participated in the anti-Origenist polemic, on one hand appealing to the ecclesiastical authority of the bishops and episcopal synods, and on the other hand, strengthening and giving importance to that same authority with his translations. As a translator and polemistics, Jerome was fully dedicated to his causes and disputes, putting his translation talent in the service of the struggle against Origenism. He carefully selected texts that could carry weight in such discussions, such as the writings of important bishops, and especially the text of episcopal synods, which, according to him, became better known in the West. Thank you for your attention.
Again, we thank Professor Borodzic. I'm not sure if he listens to us, but certainly he cannot respond to us. But still we can have some comments or, well, questions that will remain. I don't know if anyone would like to say something. If not, I will only say that for me, as a more of an Augustinian scholar, one of the conclusions is that according to their own writings, Augustine was wrong several times. Jerome never, I think. But I will leave maybe more reflection on it to our next speaker, who is much more a Hieronymian scholar, Dr. Magdalena Jóźwiak from this university. The floor is yours. We are coming back to 20 minutes. Well, it was also online 20 minutes. I will ring the bell after 15 minutes. But it's...
Szczęść Boże, dzień dobry.
Good afternoon, good morning. In 382, Pope Damasus I, at the request of Saint Ambrose, convened a synod in Rome, hoping to unite the West and the East on religious matters. However, the Eastern bishops boycotted the synod. Damasus invited Saint Jerome of Stridon to the synod, and fascinated by his knowledge of the Holy Scriptures and biblical languages, made him his secretary, archivist, and advisor. Stridon played the role of biblical expert at this very synod. It was then that Damasus commissioned Saint Jerome to prepare a new edition of the Holy Scriptures in Latin. The Pope's goal was to establish a uniform text of the Bible that would be binding in the Latin Church. At the time, there were many translations in circulation, often contradicting each another. In this presentation, we will address following issues. At the Synod in Rome in 382, the canon of Holy Scripture was approved. Namely, in Canon 2, we read, "Now we must take up the subject of the divine writings which the Universal Catholic Church accepts and those which should be avoided." End of quote. Subsection 1 lists the books of the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, the 4 books of Kings, the books of Chronicles, the book of 150, Psalms, the 3 books of Solomon, Proverbs, and so on. In the second sub-item, the Synod Fathers provide a list of prophetic books. Isaiah, Synod, Ezekiel, Daniel, and 12 minor. In subpoint 3, there are some historical items. In the following, namely from the writings of the New Testament, the Council Fathers list the Gospels, followed by 14 letters of the Apostle Paul. Next, they list Apocalypse and Acts, as well as 7 canonical letters, 2 letters of Peter the Apostle, a letter of James the Apostle, a letter of John the Apostle, 2 letters of another John the Presbyter, and a letter of Jude the Zealot. Thus, the Synodal Fathers, led by Pope Damasus I and his secretary Saint Jerome, established the canon of the Old and New Testament books. The question of the biblical canon was still debated at other official assemblies of bishops presided over by the Pope, and the final decision on the canon of scriptures in the Catholic Church were approved by the Council of Trent in 1546. In conclusion, there is no doubt that Saint Jerome of Stridon played a significant role at the synod convened by Pope Damasus. And knowing his temperament, he certainly argued passionately, perhaps even resorting to ad hominem arguments, ad personam arguments about the canon of the Holy Scripture. Second point, the fulfillment of Damasus I's request, or Jerome's first attempts at translating the Bible into Latin. When Saint Jerome, at the request of Pope Damasus, began working on translating the Bible into Latin, he certainly faced a considerable challenge, as there were many versions of the old Latin translation of the Holy Scriptures in circulation at the time, as the Stridonian himself mentions in the preface to the book of Joshua. Namely, he says that there were as many versions and variants of the biblical text as there were manuscripts. Maxime cum Latinos tot sint exemplaria quod codices. This statement contains a grain of truth, actually, because old Latin translations of the Bible, called Vetus Latina, were created in various Christian communities and were often preserved only in fragments. With so many versions of the text at his disposal, Jerome set to work to standardize the text of the Holy Scriptures. He began this challenge by revising the Vetus Latina while still in Rome. Jerome first corrected the translation of the 4 Gospels and then the Psalter based on the text of the Septuagint. After the death of Pope Damasus I, having quarreled with most of the Roman clergy, whom he called the Senate of Pharisees, he left Rome and went to the east. In 386, he settles in Bethlehem and returns to revising individual books of the Old Testament in the Vetus Latina version. While correcting the Old Latin translation of the Bible, Saint Jerome no longer relied solely on the Septuagint, but having access to Origen's Hexapla, he compared and contrasted his translation corrections with the Greek translations of Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodotion. Unfortunately, as he himself mentions in letter 134, most of those manuscripts were stolen from him. Only the Book of Job and the Psalter remained. Third point, Jerome's turn toward Hebraica Veritas, or the next stage in the implementation of the biblical postulate of the late Pope Damasus I. Saint Jerome, mindful of Damasus I's request, which was verbalized at the Roman Synod of 382, while in Bethlehem around 390, he took up the task of translating the Holy Scriptures into Latin again, but this time he based his work on the Hebrew text. The Stridonian realized that by making this decision, he was putting his hand in the fire, sciens ergo et prudens inflammam mitomanum, thus multiplying the number of his opponents. It's worth noting that Jerome's original translation of the Old Testament from Hebrew into Latin was met with disapproval. The translation was not only criticized by Jerome's adversaries, but also by important figures of the Latin Church. For example, Saint Augustine contested Saint Jerome's attitude, who in his studies of the Bible departed from the Septuagint and turned to Hebraica Veritas. The Bishop of Hippo was guided by pastoral reasons, as the faithful were familiar with the translation of the Bible based on the Septuagint. Saint Jerome was very stubborn, and he kept translating the Bible based on Hebraica Veritas, because in many of his works he states that the only reason he undertook the task of translating from such a foreign language was to prevent the Jews from accusing the Church of falsifying the Bible. That was his main reason behind his new translation. Point 4. Jerome's two Latin translations of the Book of Job as a tangible result of Pope Damasus I's synodal postulate. As I've said above, one of the books that remained from Jerome's revisions of the Old Latin translations of the Holy Scripture is the Book of Job. Hence, we have two Latin translations of Job done by Saint Jerome. One is closer to the Septuagint, while the other is closer to the Hebrew text. Now, I will try to show you, based on a single verse from the description of Leviathan, Job 40, 25-28, to show how Saint Jerome most likely worked on the revision of Job and on the translation from Hebraica Veritas. What he was influenced by while introducing the given translation corrections. Due to time constraints, we'll focus only on Job 40:25. Some versions have the numbering Job 40:20. The methodology of this section is as follows. First, I'm going to read from the original text, then I'm going to read my translation into Polish, and finally, I will try to draw conclusions. Jerome's revision of Job 40:25 based on Origen's Hexapla, the first translation of Job. Jerome first reads the Vetus Latina, which was preserved in the following version. Will you draw the serpent to you with a hook and put a bridle on its nostrils? Then he reaches the Origen's Hexapla, in which he finds the following text lessons. The Hebrew text reads as follows. So, will you pull or draw Leviathan with a hook and push down his tongue with a rope? This term, to push down, comes from the Hebrew verb that means to push down the crocodile's tongue to capture it. In the Septuagint version, we read which means will you draw the serpent with a hook and put a rope around its nose or mouth? And now let's see other versions, Aquila's versions. Aquila reads, which means, will you draw Leviathan with a hook and bind Syndeo, so its tongue, with ropes? Simach's version, he will draw Leviathan with a hook. There is, we don't have the ending of, no further part of the verse in the hexapla is available. Theodosian's version reads, meaning he will draw the serpent with a hook. So the rest of the verse is missing again. And now, having analyzed all those versions of the text, Saint Jerome makes the following revision of Job 40:25. Namely, he presented this verse in the following form. That's the Jerome's revision of Job here. Meaning, will you draw a snake to yourself with a hook? Will you put a bridle around its nostrils? So what we are trying to do is to reconstruct how Saint Jerome acted, what was his method, whether he used hexaplar versions later. So just looking at this very short example, we can think about how he proceeded. So having analyzed all those versions, and here's the final version. So to conclude, it's not difficult to see that in this verse, the Prince of Exegetes follows the Septuagint's translation. Why did he not correct Job 40:25 in the Vetus Latina translation based on the translation of Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodosian, between which there are also differences? For example, Aquila and Symmachus use a form Leviathan, and Theodosian uses Draken. Because it is clear that he did not follow the Hebrew text at that time, because he did not know Hebrew at the time, or maybe knew it poorly, and secondly, he wasn't convinced, maybe did not trust yet the Hebrew veritas. And there could be more questions asked. Another point of my presentation, Jerome's translation of Job 40:25 based on the Hebraica Veritas, second translation of Job. The Hebrew text we read. So, will you pull Leviathan with a hook and drag him down with a rope? And now Jerome translates this verse from Hebraica Veritas as follows. And here we are still talking about Job 40:20 from the Vulgate. Can you pull or draw Leviathan with a hook and bind his tongue with a rope? It translates into that. So let us now compare the Hebrew text with Saint Jerome's translation. Well, while the Strident correctly translated the Hebrew timshon with the verb extrahere, adding probably for clarity poteris, which is not in the Hebrew text, it is surprising, though, why he translated the form tashkia from the Hebrew root shinkovain, which means to push down the crocodile's tongue in order to capture it, as I've said already. He used the verb ligare, meaning to bind, to tie. In my opinion, there can be at least two solutions. Either Saint Jerome had a different version of Job than the Masoretic version, which is very likely, or Saint Jerome knew Hebrew poorly, which cannot be ruled out, as scholars still disagree on Jerome's knowledge of Hebrew. Personally, I believe that the first solution is right. To conclude, it should be emphasized that although Jerome was fully aware of the outrage he would cause by submitting a version of the Holy Scriptures based on the Septuagint for evaluation, he did not shy away from this task, assigned to him by Pope Damasus at the Roman Synod in 382, because he had one goal in mind. He wanted to recreate the most probable wording and message of the biblical text. By critically evaluating other translations, he sought to find the truth. And when around 393, he turned to Hebraica Veritas and decided to translate the Holy Scriptures based on the Hebrew text. He completely alienated his adversaries. However, the Holy Doctor was not at all concerned about this because, as he points out in his preface to the book of Job, the Jews tried to cover up things relating to Christ. And since others were busy explaining these issues, he, a Christian, born of Christians, and marked on his forehead with the sign of the cross, should do so even more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting paper. And let's open the discussion. Any questions? Please introduce yourself first. Miłosz Jaroszewicz, a PhD student at the university, Catholic University in Lublin. I would like to ask about the knowledge or lack of knowledge of Hebrew by Saint Jerome. What I mean by that, if I understood correctly, you talked in your first part about that Saint Jerome, when he began working on the Vulgate, he did not know Hebrew and he wanted to learn Hebrew along the way. Is that right? Or maybe, can we answer this question at all? Can we answer the question whether he knew Hebrew after all? I think that at the beginning, when Jerome started revising Vetus Latina, for him, Hebrew wasn't important. He didn't trust Hebrew. He didn't trust the Hebrew text. He introduced his modification based on the Septuagint versions. But later on, and we know that from his letters, he understood why that while reading the prophet's text in Greek or in Latin, so that the text is lacking something, that maybe he cannot see all the nuances, and so he started learning Hebrew. And there are a lot of testimonies showing how many challenges he faced while learning Hebrew. He tried to learn Hebrew twice, on 2 occasions. One time from a Jew, a converted Jew, Bar Hamina, who taught him Hebrew, because he didn't want people to know who taught him Hebrew. To conclude then, can we answer this question, whether he knew Hebrew or not? Well, I dealt with this issue on several occasions, and there are a lot of opinions. And the question is, what does it mean to know a language, right? To know Hebrew or any language. Is it enough to know the alphabet, some basic constructions? Or maybe it means to be able to read literally everything. So there is a whole range of possibilities, right? Some scholars believe, for example, Pierre Notin, that Saint Jerome didn't know Hebrew at all, not even a single word, not even the alphabet he knew. But that's pretty extreme, his opinion. Probably this very scholar wanted to be then forwarded and quoted later in other works. That's why he was so extreme. But in other works, we can read and we can see more positive approaches. More other scholars like Komesa are more positive about Saint Jerome's knowledge of Hebrew. And me myself, I also translated the very same fragment as he did, and in that fragment, Saint Jerome shows his knowledge of Hebrew. So we cannot rule out this possibility, and I believe that myself that Saint Jerome knew Hebrew. Of course, he might have committed some errors and mistakes, but what we perceive as mistakes, because we have the Stuttgart's version of Bible in mind, we have to be careful, because Saint Jerome probably had at his disposal other versions, other manuscripts that are not available in modern times. So we cannot say that he didn't know the Hebrew version, because based on the version we have right now, maybe he had at his disposal other manuscripts, other versions. So to conclude briefly, I believe he knew Hebrew, but we need to take into account all those issues around. Are there any more questions? Reverend Ludewicz from Catholic University in Lublin. So my question might show my ignorance a little bit, but while listening to your lecture about Vetus Latina, those translations are taken from the Septuagint? Well, that was, to answer your question, that was a mix. Because to refer to my question, when we learn, when we study the translation, we usually don't get to learn from what sources the translations are taken. Well, yes, we have a lot of possibilities. I have not studied this in detail, but Vetus Latina contained two parts, Vetus Itala, Vetus Afra. And both were in Latin. Probably partially the translation was based on the Septuagint. If we look at Vetus Latina, as I did in one of my papers, Vetus Latina, just generally speaking, just Vetus Latina follows the Septuagint text, so the Greek text in the Latin translation, right? To answer your question. Right, that was my question about whether it was the translations were from Greek or Hebrew. So I would say Vetus Latina we have now is a Latin translation of the Greek text. Are there any more questions? Grzegorz Szpakowski, University of Stefan Wyszyński. Let me ask about the cultural context of this challenge with Vidavis. I was surprised to learn that crocodile can be made by pulling down his tongue. Maybe Saint Jerome in Rome didn't hear about that method. Maybe that's why he translated the very term, the Hebrew term, differently, because he didn't know what to do, what was the method to make an animal docile. Maybe while learning Hebrew, that was something that he did not find important, that he found this detail not really important. Maybe his decision was not based on linguistic issues, but more it was based on a different cultural context and the place he lived in simply. So there were things he wasn't aware of, maybe. Well, there are again two different issues here. The second one is that the Hebrew text, Masoretic text, is at disposal here. Well, we have an issue with the Job version in Greek, because if we compare the Greek and version to the Hebrew version, so who translated the Septuagint? The Jews. So what would we say? Were the Jews wrong? So Saint Jerome when he talks about when he talks about tying up the crocodile's tongue, so when he uses this term, pull down the crocodile's tongue, maybe he translated that this way because he did not have a text at his disposal where the original read differently. This word appears only once in the Job, once only. So maybe Saint Jerome had a different version of his disposal. He didn't have access to the correct version of the Hebrew text. Or even if he had the right version, which read syncopine verb was used, maybe because of the cultural context in Egypt, it is well hapax legonem, nemen, but in this particular case is very occasional, rare. Why he translated the way he translated, even if he knew the correct route? I don't know. Maybe that was his image he had in his head. Maybe someone told him that was the method, how it was done. I don't know. I don't know where the translation comes from in the Hebrew text and the Latin text. Or maybe he did not know this term in Hebrew. Maybe that's another explanation. Okay, I think we can proceed, and you can continue talking about this problem after the lecture. I think that there is a lot to be discussed. So thank you so much again. A round of applause, please. And our next speaker is our last speaker in this session just before lunch is David Woprzada from the Charles University in Prague in Czech Republic.
Mówić o synodzie w
He will talk about the Synod of Capua in 391 and its influence on the ascetic movement in the late 4th century.
Hello, and thanks to inviting us to this conference on synods and synodality. The Synod of Capua 391 or 2 illustrates how the late antique church addressed doctrinal and disciplinary crises through collective deliberation. Convened under Ambrose of Milan, the bishops confronted two major issues: the Antiochian Schism and the teaching of Bonosus of Naissus, who denied Mary's perpetual virginity. Bonosus's position was more than an exegetical dispute. By rejecting Mary's virginity after childbirth, he challenged the theological foundation of the ascetic movement, which was rapidly reshaping Western Christianity. Virginity was not only a personal ideal, but a principle legitimizing monasticism and celibacy, and thus central to Christian identity. Ambrose and his allies regarded Bonosus' view as a direct threat to this ideal. The controversy is preserved in Ambrose's Epistula 71, written in response to Macedonian bishops' inquiries. Dated 392, the letter situates the affair within a turbulent decade marked by challenges from Helvidius, Bonosus, and Jovinian, who questioned the exaltation of celibacy. These debates unfolded in a wider context of imperial politics, shifting Roman cultural norms, and theological conflict, raising the question whether affirmations of Mary's virginity were purely doctrinal or also strategic, serving to defend the Church's social and political position. The Bonosus affair thus demonstrates two converging dimensions. First, synodal practice. The bishops, through collegial discernment, entrusted local leaders with resolving disputes while maintaining broader unity. Second, the consolidation of the ascetic ideal. By defending Mary's perpetual virginity, Ambrose and others reinforced virginity as a model for Christian life and a marker of ecclesial identity. In this light, the Synod of Capua stands not only as an episode of Mariological controversy, but as a turning point where theology, politics, and ascetic culture intersected, shaping both doctrine and the late antique Church's understanding of herself. Following the defeat of Magnus Maximus in 388, Emperor Theodosius remained in Milan for over 2 years, working closely with Bishop Ambrose. This proximity influenced imperial religious policy in the West. Scholars suggest that likely at Ambrose's urging, Theodosius planned a council in 391 to resolve the Antiochian schism. In fact, the gathering took place only in the winter of 392, after the emperor had departed, and not in Rome as he planned, but in Capua. Only one of the two rival Antiochian claimants attended, and no Eastern bishops were present, so the council could not be considered ecumenical, but merely plenary. Beyond Antioch, the Synod also addressed the case of Bishop Bonosus of Naissus, who denied Mary's perpetual virginity. This reveals how questions of Mariology and the ascetic ideal had entered the official agenda of episcopal assemblies. The council entrusted the resolution of Bonosus' case to the Macedonian bishops, illustrated synodality's practical dimension. Local responsibility was affirmed, while Ambrose's position was incorporated into consensus building. Defending Mary's virginity was thus seen as crucial to preserving ecclesial unity at a time when the ascetic movement mobilized new groups but also created division. This context is reflected in Ambrose's letter 71. Jovinian, who is the proponent of the party who denied Mary's perpetual virginity, had once lived in a rigorously ascetic Milanese monastery, subsisting on bread and water. Finding this lifestyle harmful, he moved to Rome and adopted more comfortable habits. Jerome describes him polemically, accusing him of vanity and labeling him a Christian Epicurus, though such portraits are exaggerated, as it happens often in Jerome. Augustine also notes Jovinian's preference for the company of devout women without marriage. For some time, his life differed little from other ascetics in Rome until he began to publish his views. Jovinian urged that virgins, widows, and married Christians shared equal merit, distinguished only by their works. For him, differences in diet, celibacy, or marriage were irrelevant, since baptism guaranteed the same reward to all and removed fear of the devil. This teaching directly challenged the ascetic movement, which exalted celibacy and supported its theological basis in Mary's virginity during and after childbirth. Jerome's response was severe. He considered marriage itself a defilement not erased even by martyrdom. Ambrose, too, regarded Jovinian's claims as a threat to the foundations of Christian virginity. To deny Mary's perpetual virginity was, in their view, to undermine the very principle legitimizing monastic and celibate life. Jovinian, in turn, accused Ambrose of Manichaean tendencies because of his exaltation of celibacy. The controversies surrounding Bonosus and Jovinian thus converged. Both called into question Mary's perpetual virginity, and in doing so, they unsettled the theological justification of ascetic practice. For Ambrose and his allies, defending the virginity of Mary was inseparable from safeguarding the ascetic ideal and the unity of the late antique church. Ambrose's involvement in the Synod of Capua. Ambrose's involvement in the Bonosus affair, though geographically distant from Milan, reflected both ecclesiastical politics and his personal connections to Illyricum. Canon 6 of Nicaea placed Illyricum under Roman jurisdiction, yet in 392 the Macedonian bishops appealed not to Rome but to Milan. The synod met in Capua under Ambrose's presidency. Rome's bishop Siricius was absent, represented only by legates. While Rome had long sought to expand its authority, the West still lacked firm structures outside central Italy, and Roman bishops often avoided councils beyond their city. Ambrose's position as a bishop of the imperial residence and his influence with Theodosius enhanced his authority and may have motivated his leadership. Letters 70 to 71 confirm that bishops across regions turned to him for advice. Though he acknowledged Rome's primacy in earlier writings, Ambrose later stressed that the apostolic keys belonged to all bishops, with Peter as representative rather than sole bearer. His growing role, however, did not erase Roman influence. Rome eventually reasserted jurisdiction over Illyricum by appointing the Bishop of Thessalonica as its vicar. Ambrose's ties to the region were personal as well as political. He had worked in Sirmium in the 360s and later ordained Anemius its bishop. He corresponded with Thessalonica, notably with Anicius, and intervened after the massacre of 390 by pressing Theodosius to perform public penance. Bonosus himself wrote to Ambrose, and the Macedonian bishops sought his counsel, underscoring his prestige. Thus, Ambrose's engagement in the Bonosus case reflects the convergence of imperial politics, Milan's provenance as an imperial center, and Ambrose's own regional ties. His reply, preserved in Letter 71, remains the key witness to a controversy where his authority overshadowed that of Rome and shaped the Church's response. What were the reasons for defending Mary's perpetual virginity in this letter? Ambrose's Epistola 71 must be read not as a private opinion, but as the synodal voice of the bishops gathered at Capua. The use of the plural we and the delegation of the case to the Macedonian bishops showed that it expressed collegial authority. The synod's primary goal was not to define new dogma, but to restore unity. Doctrinal concerns, such as Bonosus' denial of Mary's perpetual virginity, supported this purpose by defending the ascetic ideal that had become central to late antique Christian identity. Like the Antiochian schism, which threatened scandal and division, Bonosus' teaching risked fragmenting the church. Hence, the bishop deposed him and left the matter to the bishop of Thessalonica. That it was treated locally shows the main concern was unity, not formal heresy. Ambrose's response in his De Institutione Virginis reconstructs Bonosus's objections based on biblical texts. Mary called mulier, Joseph and Mary coming together, convenire, Joseph's hesitation, or Mary as Joseph's wife. Ambrose rebutted these by philological and theological distinctions, stressing that Joseph's marriage was valid but unconsummated, and that Mary remained unviolate. Ambrose's deeper reasons were twofold. First, it was unthinkable that Christ's mother should be defiled by human seed. Second, allowing such views would confirm Jewish polemic that denied the virgin birth. For Ambrose, rejecting Bonosus protected not only doctrine, but also Christian apologetics. Most importantly, the perpetual virginity of Mary safeguarded the ascetic ideal, especially valued among aristocratic women, and with it the Church's very identity. To admit that Mary lived an ordinary marital life would have undermined the foundations of virginity as a way of life. Thus the Synod's action was more than exegetical. It defended the unity, purity, and identity of the late antique Church. What is the relation between Mary's virginity in partu and postpartum and the ascetic movement? Ambrose of Milan consistently defended Mary's perpetual virginity, especially her virginity in partu. At the Council of Milan in 390, he joined fellow bishops in condemning Jovinian, who claimed Jesus' birth occurred naturally. For Ambrose and Jerome, such views endangered the theological basis of virginity, which functioned not only as a personal ideal, but also as a symbol of the Church, the Virgin Bride of Christ. The concept of virginity itself had shifted over the first centuries. In antiquity, a virgin was sometimes simply a woman who had not borne children. Early Christian texts, however, claimed Mary remained physically intact after childbirth, a miracle that preserved her as a virgin even in giving birth. By the late 4th century, virginity was increasingly equated with the anatomical integrity of the hymen. Ambrose adopted this understanding, insisting that Christ's birth did not violate Mary's bodily virginity. His Mariology was inseparable from his promotion of asceticism. Jesus and Mary were cast as archetypal virgins, an ideal especially attractive to aristocratic Roman women in the 380s. Ambrose himself came from a family of celibates. His sister Marcellina and brother Satyrus dedicated themselves to virginity, an experience that shaped his episcopal ministry. Many of his earliest writings, such as De Virginibus and De Institutione Virginis, addressed consecrated virgins, highlighting virginity as a central pastoral concern. Ambrose promoted virginity as the highest form of Christian life, channeling all love especially toward God. His allegorical exegesis of the Song of Songs portrayed the virgin soul united with Christ, a theme he used to urge communities to support the ascetic life. In contrast to Gregory of Nyssa, who saw virginity as a heavenly gift, Ambrose emphasized preservation. Baptism, he taught, restored virginity as an original state to be safeguarded. Mary embodied this preservation, her body remaining without stain. For Ambrose, virginity was both spiritual and physical. In early works, he stressed the purity of the mind. Later treatises increasingly fused bodily intactness with spiritual purity. By the 390s, he described Mary's genitals as miraculously sealed, comparing consecrated virgins directly to her. Virgins were to open their ears for prayer and their hands for charity, but to keep their pudor closed. This blending of body and soul created an inseparable unity between anatomical virginity and inner purity. Ambrose employed vivid imagery, the virgin as enclosed garden, sealed spring, and closed gate. Whether these metaphors refer to body or soul is deliberately ambiguous, reflecting his conviction that both must be preserved together. In the Exhortatione Virginitatis, Mary's physical intactness and spiritual purity are explicitly intertwined. This synthesis served more than piety. Ambrose believed defending Mary's virginity safeguarded the very integrity of the Church. The Virgin Church, like Mary, remained undefiled. To deny Mary's virginity was to undermine asceticism, weaken ecclesial unity, and align with Jewish or pagan unbelief. Thus, in 393, Ambrose branded the denials of Jovinian, Helvidius, and Bonosus as the madness of new Jews. For him, Mariology, ascetic practice, and ecclesiology were inseparable. Any compromise threatened not only theology, but the moral and social fabric of the Christian community. The Christian apology against Jewish criticism of the virgin birth of Jesus. Jewish and pagan critics regarded the claim of Jesus' virgin birth as implausible and offensive. Common sense rejected conception without a man, and opponents ridiculed the story with sexual parody. Origen's Contra Celsum and the Jewish Toledot Yeshu show the strength of this polemic. For Jewish interpreters, divine conception evoked Genesis 6, 1-4, where heavenly beings engendered demons and resembled pagan myths of gods impregnating women. To avoid these associations, Matthew and Luke stress the Holy Spirit's role, distancing the event from sexuality. I skip the other examples of Jewish polemics with the Christian idea of the virgin birth, and I would just like to state that Mary's virginity after childbirth, in view of this anti-Jewish polemics, became a theological marker, apologetic defense, and moral ideal. It secured cohesion, reinforced identity, and preserved Christian doctrine at a moment when imperial favor gave the Church new public authority. In a similar way, it also served as the apology of Christian virginity in controversy with Roman paganism. In 382, Emperor Gratian abolished the privileges of the Roman Vestal Virgins, a move that shaped the interreligious context of Ambrose's defense of Christian virginity. Ambrose engaged polemically with pagan leaders, especially Symmachus, who in 384 petitioned Emperor Valentinian II to restore the Vestals' property. Ambrose urged rejection, invoking arguments from the Virginibus, and succeeded. Again, I would skip this Ambrose's critics of the Vestal Virgins, and I would like to state that Mary's virginity symbolized both personal integrity and collective purity. The Church, as virgin, devoted solely to Christ. This clash with Roman paganism provided the backdrop for the synodal controversies of the 390s, where we find ourselves. In this context, the perpetual virginity of Mary was asserted in deliberate contrast to Vestal traditions, and under Theodosius, who ended state support for the Vestals, the Christian ideal of virginity became central to ecclesial identity. To conclude, the Synod of Capua is notable less for its condemnation of Bonosus than for its method of decision-making. It highlights two dimensions of synodal practice: the practical, which delegated judgment to the Macedonian bishops most directly concerned, and the theological, which collectively defended the ascetic ideal through the doctrine of Mary's perpetual virginity. Ambrose's letter 71, speaking for the Synod, illustrates how context shaped dogma. Early Christians viewed Mary's virginity as a sign of God's presence and universal salvation. By the late 4th century, it had become a symbol of exclusivity and holiness. redirected from Christology to ascetic practice. The virgin birth, once a mark of salvation history, was recast as the foundation of consecrated life. Any suggestion that Mary lived an ordinary marital life now provoked outrage. Her perpetual virginity served as both theological claim and cultural boundary, reinforcing unity and defending asceticism, especially among aristocratic circles. To deny it was considered a direct affront to Christ. The doctrine also carried apologetic and political weight. It shielded the Church from Jewish and pagan criticism, while internally consolidating identity, legitimizing virginity and marginalizing dissenters like Bonosus and Jovinian. Its long-term effect was to shape Christian attitudes towards sexuality and ecclesiology, cultivating the conviction that the Church, like Mary, must remain pure, intact, and devoted solely to Christ. Capua thus shows how doctrine often emerged not from abstract theology, but from the interplay of theology, culture, and power, a dynamic that continues to challenge synodal discernment even today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and I open the discussion. Are there any questions, comments?
So I have the one question. Maybe you are talking about it, but I was only on the half of the lecture, so sorry about it. But in this Council of Capua, there is one interesting to note about convocation, because in a lot of studies, a lot of scholars are saying that this was by Ambrose of Milan, and there was no participation of Pope Siricius. But Ferdinand Cavalera, great older scholar, analyzing the letter of Severus of Antioch from the beginning of the 6th century, in this letter Severus states that this case of the schism in Antioch and this Synod of Capua was convened by maybe not command, but by Pope Siricius. So Pope Siricius said to Ambrose to convene the Synod of Capua and to case this topic, and later to deal with this schism in the next council in Caesarea Palestine in 393, where the case was closed. So do you agree, or is it maybe logical or probable that Siricius also have some participation or convene this council, or this was just Ambrose, idea with his bishops? What do you think about it? Thank you.
Siricius was present through his legates. That's what I stated as well. Mm-hmm. So he knew about the council, and I prefer to see the Emperor Theodosius as the initiator of the council, because he was interested in solving the schism as the first. The emperors were the ones who convoked the council usually. So I find this testimony that Ferdinand Cavalera brings as quite a late one. But I was more interested in reading his work and that of Michaela Zelter and Giuseppe Visona in seeing the authorship of the Letter 71 in the Ambrosian corpus. Mm-hmm. Because sometimes it was doubted whether the author was Ambrose, but it can be concluded that it actually was. But still, I'm not convinced that the Pope Siricius would be the one who convoked the council. I would find it as well a bit anachronistic.
Okay.
At that age.
Because Severus told that he has the letter of Siricius, which we don't have now, and he based his information of the lost letter. But yeah, it's maybe he was not right. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, comments?
Ksiądz Michał Olewicz.
Father Michał Olewicz.
short-term clarification, because I'm not sure that I understand it correctly. Did that synod in Capua actually condemn that Bishop Bonosus, or did it delegate that decision to the Macedonian bishops? And the second question connected with the first is, do we actually know that that decision of condemnation was actually enforced? So did it act reality, or it just stayed as a pure decision without any consequences?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The letter contains an argumentation for the Mary's virginity after the birth, but we cannot be sure that how it was discussed. I mean, Ambrose writes in the name of the convened bishops, and he leaves the decision to condemn Bonosus to the Macedonian bishops, who actually did it. And there was, the Bonosus was deposed, and much of his diocesan clergy actually sided with him. And we have still, after many years, a group of Bonosians that was active in the region. So yes, he was deposed and in that way condemned. But it was, again, it was Bonosus who was condemned as the one who acts against the unity of the church. But it's not a pronouncement against his doctrine as such. Yeah. Basically, this way.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Marta?
Marta Szada-Toruń. I have a question concerning Christology in this controversy, because as you mentioned at the very end of your talk, this is quite interesting how the question of virginity of Mary is redirected from Christological question to the question concerning asceticism, sexual ethics, and maybe also further on ecclesiology. But I'm wondering whether there are any Christological arguments or consequences of this discussion, because it is quite striking that, especially when virgin birth appears in a Christological summaries in creeds, this is strictly Christological question. So it's anti-docetist, it's also about the human nature of Christ, of saying that he was not, it's also polemical against different views of who Christ was. And then in the 4th century, they start to discuss the virginity of Mary in a different context. They start to think, and what happened later? And it started to be a question of different consequences. But I wonder whether this connection between Christology and virginity of Mary also after the birth was somehow maintained, or whether it completely disappeared from this question.
That's a good question, and I have noticed that in the afternoon we have 2 papers on the Lateran 649, which is the synod where actually, if you use the Catholic theological textbooks, it always says Mary's perpetual virginity, Lateran 649. So although it's open to discussion whether it's really a dogmatic statement what Lateran Council did there. I mean, Mariology always makes sense when it points to Christology. You mentioned very well that the context, how it was pronounced in the 4th century, in the late 4th century, actually changed. There is the problem of docetism and anti-docetism. There is the problem of the true humanity of Christ, and so on. And these are questions that should always remain. And it's very strange that at the end of the 4th century, some accents of these ascetic figures as the Gregory of Nyssa and Jerome and Ambrose actually change change the function of these statements totally, because the purpose changed, and it would continue to change during the next centuries, and it would reappear after all these great Christological debates, where the Aiparthenos, the title given to the Virgin Mary, appears in the conciliar statements, but as something mentioned, like something that we use it as an epitheton, Mary's epitheton. So it's something that I would like to look more into. I'm not certain how to answer your question, whether the Christology and Mariology in this sense diverged in the next centuries, as if I have understood you, and we have to wait, yeah.
Yes, thank you. And we also could add that there is in the next century, another context adds, so the development of the cult of Mary, which points, like Mary stops to be just an element of Christological summary in the creed or the element of the gospel of kerygma, but starts to be a figure that is actually venerated by Christians. So different statements about her change also the meaning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank our speakers and all the participants of the discussion. We are very well in time, and I leave the floor to our president.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much to Professor Stanisław for leading us. Thank you once again to all the speakers, to all the people asking questions according to the program. We are on time. Thank you very much for sticking to our time requirements. We will have a short lunch break for our bodies. We had a lot for our spirits and for our souls, and now it's time for our bodies. We see here at 2 p.m. to participate in the first session for young researchers. Of course, everyone is young, but this is the session for the youngest, for those people who start the journey in research. We will have 4 people, and that will be all for now. So right now, enjoy your meal, enjoy your lunch. We go to Convict, the same as yesterday. I hope you will enjoy it, and we see here each other at 2 p.m. See you later. Thank you very much.
Dobrze. Wybiła godzina.
We have 2 p.m. So I think that we can start our afternoon session. It lasts around an hour, it's shorter. It will be a session of young researchers, adepts at theology, adepts of patriology, of the history of church. I'm very glad that there are people that want to conduct research on early church. I'm very happy that today's session and the session of tomorrow will be conducted by Father Ludewicz. I would like him to come here to me. He is a young researcher himself. He remembers very correctly what it means to do a PhD, to conduct research. So that's why I'm very happy that he will be a person conducting our session. Father, the floor is yours. Here we have such a thing that we have 4 presentations all at once, one after another, and then we will have a round of questions. Every presentation should last around 15 minutes.
The first text, the first speech, it will be delivered by where are we? Here we are. By Christian Fenges from Hungary, from Budapest. We will hear about Nicaea and the West, or homoousios and una substantia. So, as Father Martin said, about a quarter up to 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, first of all, it's a privilege to be here and to present my paper at this distinguished international conference in Lublin. As you will notice, I have slightly rephrased the original title, Nicaea and the West, in order to narrow the perspective and to place greater emphasis on the developments within Latin theology, particularly its potential connection to the Nicene term homoousios. In this context, I would like to draw specific attention to the synodal spirit and experience already evident in Osius' synodal letter from Antioch. This letter advocated for the convening of a great council bringing together East and West in order to engage in dialogue on the most pressing ecclesial questions. As Osius himself expressed, the purpose was that by testing and examining the question through common discussion, we might rightly resolve the affairs of the Church. It therefore seems particularly important to also examine the ways in which Latin theology developed and exerted its influence in connection with the Council of Nicaea. Given the time limitation, I won't be reading the sources, but they will be displayed on this PowerPoint and can be easily referenced throughout the presentation. So approximately 75 years after the Council of Nicaea, at the outset of composing De Trinitate, St. Augustine engaged in a public debate with Pacincius, an Arian member of the imperial court, concerning the term homoousios. During the debate, Pacincius advanced a well-known argument against the term, asserting that homoousios does not appear in the scripture. In response, Augustine offered a nuanced and strategic rebuttal. He first observed that as a Greek term, homoousios would not be expected to appear in the Latin scripture. However, rather than focusing solely on the presence of the term, Augustine emphasized the importance of identifying its scriptural meaning. Regarding its semantic equivalence, Augustine refrained from a straightforward translation, noting that alternatives such as eiusdem substantia or una substantia might similarly be criticized for lacking direct scriptural attestation within the creed. Nonetheless, he argued that the concept itself, res ipsa, is indeed found in scripture. Specifically, Augustine identified ego et pater unum sumus as the Latin scriptural equivalent of homoousios. Through this interpretation, he asserted that the passage conveys the doctrinal truth that the Father and the Son share the same nature and substance. The aim of this paper is to examine the Trinitarian issues addressed by the First Council from the perspective of emerging Latin Christian literature. The question of alleged Western influences on the historical and theological proceedings of the First Council of Nicaea has been a long-standing topic of scholarly debate. Early on, the idea that Western theology influenced or even originated the Nicene Creed gained considerable support. However, over the past 50 years, this theory has been seriously challenged and subjected to significant criticism, particularly with the work of Christopher Steed. I would argue that the proceedings of the Council of Nicaea involved considerable input from Western theology, and that at the very least, Western influence cannot be dismissed. To assess the extent of this Latin influence, it is crucial to first examine the role of Hosius of Cordoba in the Council's proceedings, as well as the origins of the term homoousios, specifically whether Latin theological thought played a formative role in its adoption. Additionally, a broader examination of the Latin theological tradition from Tertullian to Hilary is necessary. By analyzing this tradition in the context of the Nicene Council, albeit in a preliminary manner, we may gain a deeper understanding of its potential contributions to the development of the Trinitarian doctrine. So it is crucial to begin by examining the role of Hosius of Cordoba, who served as the president of the Council of Nicaea and an advisor to Emperor Constantine. In 324, he was sent by the emperor to Alexandria to mediate the conflict between Alexander and Arius. He later presided over the Synod of Antioch in 325, as well as the Councils of Serdica 342 and Sirmium 358. In recent years, however, new perspectives have emerged, particularly through the work of Brian Herbert Wormington. Wormington has challenged the notion that ecclesiastical figures, including Hosius, could have held advisory positions within the emperor's inner council. Furthermore, based on the Eusebian sources, he argues that Hosius' role in these events may not have been as decisive as traditionally assumed. At the same time, Samuel Fernandez presents a compelling argument that Hosius was the one who initiated the idea of convening the council and can be seen as its intellectual leader. Evidence for this can be found in the letter of the Synod of Antioch. This letter mentions plans for a great and priestly synod in Ankara, which was intended to offer a place for repentance for the condemned bishops, including Eusebius. It seems that Hosius had the authority and the autonomy to independently convene the council based on his synodal experience, addressing the doctrinal divisions threatening the unity of the church. While Sozomen states that Constantine convened the synod following Hosius' return, Rufinus suggests that the decision was made on the advice of the bishops. Notably, Sulpicius Severus confirms Hosius' central role, stating that the Nicene Council was convened under his own authority. The discrepancies among the sources can likely be attributed to Eusebius, whose account became the dominant historical narrative. Eusebius deliberately omits reference to Hosius' mission and the Synod of Antioch, likely due to his excommunication there. And he also ignores the plan for a priestly Synod of Ankara, instead presenting the Council of Nicaea as solely Constantine's initiative. Collectively, these factors, in my view, strongly support the conclusion that Hosius was the driving force behind the convocation of what would become the First Council of Nicaea. As the letter of the Antiochian Synod reinforces, he had the authority and autonomy to convene and preside over such a council. Just to be in time, I will skip the second part, and we will continue with the Latin theology. When examining Latin theology in the context of Nicaea, two crucial points must be addressed. First, the paradigm shift noted by scholars such as Christopher Steed and Jörg Ulrich, which challenges the assumption that Latin theology had a direct or indirect influence on Nicaea. Second, the issue of Western isolationism, exemplified by the case of Hilary, suggests that it was only after 350s that Latin thinkers began engaging with and reflecting on Arian theology in both theoretical and doctrinal terms. Tertullian stands as the foremost Latin figure in the pre-Nicene theology, with his most significant and influential work against Praxeas serving as a key contribution. Tertullian was one of the most original thinkers in the Latin Church until Augustine's times, mastering both Greek and Latin. He is widely regarded as a pioneer in articulating clear orthodox interpretations of Trinitarian and Christological doctrines. In my view, even a brief examination of Tertullian's thought, like unam substantiam in tribus coherentibus, provides grounds to challenge Jörg Ulrich's thesis, which asserts that speculative theology was largely absent in the West, and that philosophical inquiry was primarily the concern of Greek philosophical and theological traditions. Ulrich contends that the Latin theological tradition was unprepared for the Arian controversy, which he attributes to the Origenist tradition, claiming that Origenist theology was unknown to the Latins until the late 4th century, when Rufinus translations became available. He further argues that Greek writers in the West had little influence on the subsequent development of Latin theology, and that the Nicene Creed only began to shape theological discourse in the West after 350, becoming constructively integrated into theological development only through figures like Marius Victorinus and Ambrose. Ulrich's claims, however, warrant reconsideration. Wiener's hypothesis supports the opposite of Ulrich's claims. The theological disputes between Calixtus and Hippolytus, as well as the controversy between of the two Dionysi, can be interpreted as clear Greek language antecedents of Latin theological discourse. Furthermore, the suggestion that Origen works were entirely unknown in the West before Rufinus' translation is highly questionable. On the other hand, scholars such as John O'Meara, G.F. Dirks, and Ernest Evans have suggested that Origen may have been familiar with Tertullian's writings and even drawn upon them in works such as De Oratione. This raises the underexplored question of whether Tertullian's theological formulations could have influenced Origen's own thinking, an area that merits further scholarly investigation. In the aftermath of the Council of Nicaea, the Council of Rome in 340 can be regarded as the first official Western pronouncement on Trinitarian doctrine. This council was particularly notable for the presence of Marcellus of Ancura and Athanasius, both of whom were exiled in the West at the time. Marcellus, adhering to his anti-Arian and anti-Sabellian stance, advocated for the term mia hypostasis, which he argued was consistent with Nicene theology. His position was endorsed by Vicentius and Victor, the envoys of Pope Sylvester. It is possible that this formulation was influenced by a translation of Tertullian's phrase una substantia. However, it is significant that Marcellus' interpretation does not explicitly address the distinctio personarum. The Council of Serdica 342 failed to achieve universal recognition as the Eusebians convened a rival assembly in Philippopolis. At Serdica, approximately 60% of the 95 participating bishops were Greek-speaking, suggesting that the creed was originally composed in Greek before being translated into Latin. In a letter to Pope Gregory I, Hosius of Cordoba affirmed that the terms una substantia and mia hypostasis, terms that carried Sabellian connotations, did not undermine the Nicene Creed. Nevertheless, following 342, the Creed of Serdica gained considerable influence in the Western Empire, with subsequent local synods aligning themselves with its theological framework. Febadius, a contemporary and ally of Hilary, reaffirmed Hosius' commitment to Nicene theology in his treatise Contra Arianos. While he was likely familiar with the Latin text of the Nicene Creed, his theological framework against the decisions in Sirmium was shaped more directly by the Creed of Serdica. In articulating his adherence to Nicene doctrine, Febadius employed the terms una substantia and una virtus in the place of homoousios. For him, Catholic theology unequivocally rejected both Sabellianism and Arianism, affirming that the Father and the Son are, quote, neither one person, as Sabellius claimed, nor two substances, as Arius asserted. Rather, the Lord thought that there is one substance and two persons, as the Catholic faith professes, unquote. In this respect, Febadius may be regarded as an intellectual successor to Tertullian, and for him the Creed of Serdica, mia hypostasis, is the same as that expressed by the Fathers of Nicaea. Nevertheless, his writings already demonstrate a clear recognition of the distinctio personarum. Similarly, Gregory of Elvira was influenced by Serdica's theological emphasis on divine unity. Notably, in the second edition of his De Fide Orthodoxa, Gregory sought to defend himself against accusations of Sabellianism by appending a Latin translation of the Nicene Creed. To the best of our knowledge, this represents the earliest recorded instance of a Latin-speaking Western theologian explicitly employing the Nicene text to affirm his orthodoxy on Trinitarian doctrine. This usage marks the third attestation of a Latin version of the Nicene Creed, following its use by Hilary and by Lucifer of Cagliari. In these early translations, homoousios was rendered as unius substantiae cum patre quod Graeciae decunt homoousium, suggesting that una substantia was initially preferred over consubstantialem patri as the Latin equivalent. Bienert has proposed that una substantia reflects an older Greek-speaking Roman theological tradition. However, I would argue that the fundamental issue lies in translating the Latin theological framework into Greek, particularly in distinguishing between ousia and hypostasis, a differentiation that emerged in the Nicene formulation as homoousios and at Serdica as mia hypostasis. We don't have too much time for the last part, so I will concentrate on the conclusion now. Okay. So this demonstrates that Latin theology evolved along two distinct paths in articulating divine unity. Figures such as Phoebadius and Hilary developed a theological model distinct from that of Athanasius, engaging with Nicene theology while not relying on an ousia-centered framework. In doing so, they contributing to the unique development of Latin theology in its reception of the Nicene tradition. For these theologians, unity was rooted in the concept of una virtus and una potestas. A similar perspective is found in Hippolytus, who in his treatise against Noetus uses the term dynamis to express divine unity. Furthermore, in the Armenian translation of the Nicene Creed by Pseudo-Evagrius, the Greek term ousia is consistently rendered with Armenian word for power, and homoousios is translated as one power. As Phoebadius states, Christ is the power of God. Indeed, this power, since it requires no external assistance, is called substance. Similarly, Pope Damasus' letter Exemplum Synodi 379, which reflects the Orthodox Latin Trinitarian formula, underscores inseparabilem potestatem and unius virtutis, a formulation later echoed in Theodosius' decree following the Council of Constantinople, which notably avoids the use of substantia or the Greek homoousios in the required creed. However, an alternative theological trajectory emerged within Latin thought, one that placed greater emphasis on ontological distinctions and an ousia-centered approach. This development is represented by figures such as Hosius of Cordoba, Marius Victorinus, and Potamius. The shift in Latin theology may be linked to the influence of the 4th century philosopher Chalcidius, the archdeacon of Hosius, who contributed to the Latin translation of Plato's Timaeus. This suggests that Hosius was actively involved in theological exchanges between the Eastern and Western traditions. Contrary to the views of Christopher Steed and Jörg Uhrig, it remains plausible that Latin theology, particularly the tradition of Tertullian, played a significant role in shaping the deliberations of the Council of Nicaea through Hosius' influence. Therefore, I suggest that evaluating the theological influence of the Latin tradition purely on linguistic grounds by seeking a Latin equivalent of homoousios or analyzing the conceptual differences between una substantia and homoousios may not fully capture its depth and originality. As this overview has illustrated, Latin theology, building on the Tertullian's tradition, did not simply adopt Greek concepts, but developed along its own distinctive path. Furthermore, it often expressed Trinitarian doctrine with notable flexibility, employing a range of formulations rather than adhering to a single mode of expressions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. As it was said, the time for questions after all the proceedings. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Ismail Adibuach from the USA. we will hear about Constantine and the seeds of synodality.
Before I begin my presentation, I just want to acknowledge the organizers of this wonderful 5th International Patristics Conference for the March, and thank you so much for your hospitality, and to all the organizers, and to everyone who made this event possible, and for the wonderful invitation to speak at this conference commemorating the anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. With that, I begin my paper. The topic of my paper is Constantine and the Seeds of Synodality, Nicaea, and the Emerging Ecclesiology of Communion. This year's observance of the 1700th anniversary of the First Council of Nicaea coincides with a unique period in the understanding of ecclesiology, particularly for the Latin Church. Synodality, with its renewed emphasis, has become a hallmark of the Catholic Church in recent years, emphasizing more collaboration between the hierarchy and the laity. While authoritative bodies such as the International Theological Commission have defined this term, it still faces considerable difficulties in being fully articulated and implemented. These difficulties include potentially redefining the role of the Synod of Bishops, navigating sharp theological disputes, and questioning long-standing hierarchical structures. In response, certain models for synodality have been proposed, such as the model of a dynamism of communion promoted by Pope Francis, of blessed memory. This commemorative year of the First Council of Nicaea presents a timely opportunity to re-examine its deliberations as a foundational, if unintentional, expression of synodality. This paper will investigate the role of Emperor Constantine I at the Council, arguing that his involvement helped shape an ecclesiology of communion and foreshadowed synodality. It will first re-examine his reasons for convening the Council with a view to his imperial role in promoting church unity. It will then examine the bishop's response to his interventions, highlighting the dilemma of implementing synodality while asserting episcopal authority. It will then consider how the Council's creedal pronouncements reflect an understanding of the Church as a communion of local churches with shared influence and doctrine. Finally, it will offer considerations of the Council's relevance as a practical model, both for a synodal church and its future ecumenical engagement. Constantine's motivations for the Council. The motivations of Constantine's convening of the Council of Nicaea have been the subject of recent scholarly debate. Certain scholars have deemed his motivations as entirely political, using the Council as a means to stop the threat of division that Arianism brought to his empire. On the other hand, some argue that his convening of the Council of Nicaea stemmed from his theological convictions. However, an increasingly common view holds that both these positions present a false dichotomy of Constantine's true objectives. To understand this view, one must refer to a key source of Constantine's involvement at church councils, the Historia Ecclesiastica, written by Eusebius of Caesarea. This text is essential for understanding Constantine's role in theological disputes before the council and his perceived authority to intervene. For example, he writes that when navigating the Council of Arles in 314 AD, Constantine wrote in a letter to Pope Miltiades regarding the Donatist controversy, quote, "I have such reverence for the legitimate Catholic Church that I do not wish to leave schism or division in any place," end quote. While Eusebius' appraisal of Constantine has been debated, historians like Harold A. Drake have argued that this statement, along with his later involvement at the Council of Arles, showed that although his main goal was political unity, he understood and sharpened his rhetoric to achieve that goal through theological consensus. At the Council of Nicaea, Constantine would exert his influence in shaping doctrinal outcomes. A notable example of this is his intervention to insert the term homoousion into the creed, underscoring Christ's full divinity. According to Eusebius, it was Constantine who used his authority to pressure the Council Fathers to insert this term into the Creed. This again demonstrates his effort to achieve unity grounded in theological unity. Furthermore, according to Eusebius and scholars like Pier Beatrice, Constantine's pressure stemmed from his developing theological convictions, complicating the characterization of his influence as purely political. Constantine's interventions at the Nicene Council can be interpreted as an unintended expression of a form of proto-synodality. Before the Council, synods of bishops were local and lacked universal authority on doctrinal matters. It was only after this council that future councils began to be referred to as ecumenical, reflecting a now institutionalized and universally binding synodal impulse for the Church. Additionally, Constantine's influence, rivaled by very few laymen, also set a precedent for non-episcopal actors to participate in council proceedings, particularly theologians, lay experts, and secular leaders. And this was a slide to explain what I just said. Early tensions with episcopal agency. Constantine's imperial role at the Council of Nicaea was not without resistance from the bishops. As Pontifex Maximus, his conciliar involvement can be interpreted as a demonstration of his interest in governing the Church alongside the bishops. In his Vita Constantini, Eusebius writes that in a banquet with the bishops, Constantine remarked, "You are the bishops of those within the Church, but I am perhaps a bishop appointed by God over those outside." Eusebius later interpreted this as an expression of his desire to exercise quasi-episcopal rule over all his subjects, including Christians. It also positioned him as a powerful secular agent who operated alongside the episcopate, highlighting a fundamental and enduring struggle for the Church's self-governance. This tension also resonates in debates concerning the respective roles of the laity and the bishops in a synodal church. A notable example of episcopal resistance to Constantine was the dissent of the Arian bishops at the Council of Nicaea. Named after Arius of Alexandria, they formed a minority who objected to inserting the term homoousion into the creed, maintaining that Christ's full divinity was separate to that of God the Father. Ultimately, the majority of the Council Fathers voted to include this term, and Constantine enforced their decision by exiling dissenting clergy. Despite this, according to theologian Louis Ayres, the inclusion of homoousion was not universally accepted and was rarely mentioned in contemporary sources for over 20 years after the Council. The renowned English theologian John Henry Cardinal Newman wrote a commentary on this post-conciliar period and the role of the laity. In it, he argues that the hierarchy, the ecclesia docens, collectively failed to defend the Orthodox faith when it did not defend homoousianism as stated in the Creed. He also writes that the defeat of the Arian heresy was due largely to the heroic witness of the laity, the ecclesia docta, enumerating instances when they were persecuted for defending the Nicene faith. This constituted Newman's position that there are cases, albeit limited, when the laity should be consulted by the bishops, particularly on doctrinal pronouncements that will affect their devotional lives. Newman's insights on the role of the laity are undoubtedly relevant for modern discussions on synodality. As scholars like Sean Blanchard have observed, Newman's understanding not only influenced the Second Vatican Council, but also predicted a future vision of a synodal church, as outlined in the Dogmatic Constitution, Dei Verbum. A key principle of synodality, whose name means journeying together, is found in that document. The entire body of the faithful cannot err in matters of belief. The example of Constantine's interventions in the laity's defense of the Orthodox faith serve as a precedent in guiding and defining roles of the laity and the hierarchy in a synodal church. Communion of local churches and doctrine. To understand the collective influence of the local churches on the Nicene Council, it is worth revisiting the history of their organization. Occasional gatherings of bishops representing their provinces predate Nicaea. There we go. Perhaps the most notable example is the Council of Jerusalem, when the apostles debated on behalf of their communities on how to incorporate Gentile converts into the nascent Christian faith. Christoph Cardinal Schönborn, in an address to the Synod of Bishops, described the council as a foundational model for the synodal method. As the Christian faith expanded within the Roman Empire, episcopal provinces were established following the administrative reforms introduced by the Emperor Diocletian. Canonist Bishop John D. Ferris notes that before this, regional councils would be held to resolve doctrinal issues locally. Inspired by the reforms of Diocletian, the Church adopted a system in which a metropolitan bishop oversaw his episcopal province, with the suffragan bishops governing the smaller dioceses within that province. Ferris also notes that this gave the structure to the regional synods and eventually the Nicene Council, allowing bishops to exercise shared responsibility within their provinces. Alongside this new diocesan structure, bishops demonstrated an early form of collegiality across regional boundaries by exchanging letters. This had been an established practice from the apostolic age, with the letters of Paul the Apostle forming part of the New Testament canon. It also enabled bishops throughout the empire to maintain communion, as well as to consult, support, and often admonish one another. New Testament scholar Thomas Bauer notes that the bishops early on viewed these letters as evidence of authentic church doctrine and a means of communicating authoritative doctrinal decisions from synods. This epistolatory network would prove crucial in conveying the decrees of Nicaea to Christians throughout the empire. The Arian heresy would challenge this early synodal communion. Arius criticized his patriarch, Alexander I of Alexandria, for stating that the Son is one in being with the Father. In response, Alexander convened a local synod in 320 AD, which condemned Arius and excommunicated him. However, he rejected this decision and appealed to other bishops outside of Alexandria who were sympathetic to his position, among them Eusebius of Nicomedia. This resulted not only in sharp theological disputes among the bishops, but also exposed the fragile nature of their synodal communion, where local decisions were not held universally. The Nicene Council responded to this challenge by providing the necessary framework for the bishops to represent their churches and establish universal doctrine. To this end, Council Fathers issued canons which effectively established a model of church governance that prioritized shared responsibility. Specifically, Canons 4, 5, 6, and 15 enforced episcopal collegiality, mandated regular provincial synods, recognized the great metropolitan sees of Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch, and mandated clerical stability within dioceses. These features, as noted in a statement by the Anglican Roman Catholic International Commission, enable bishops to practice synodality in two crucial ways: by discerning the sensus fidelium through consulting the laity, and by exercising collegiality with their fellow bishops. Ecumenical considerations. The Nicene Council is also relevant for how synodality will feature in the Catholic Church's ecumenical relations. Specifically for the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, discussions of synodality's ecumenical role have centered on the primacy of the Bishop of Rome. In the study titled The Bishop of Rome, the Dicastery for Promoting Christian Unity identified the Council as significant for understanding how this primacy was exercised in the first millennium. It noted that Nicaea provides a potential framework for the Pope's primacy as a primacy of honor, being exercised in communion with, rather than dominion over, sister churches. It also expressed the hope that this commemorative year of the Council would provide occasions to practice synodality ad extra, by which representatives of different Christian traditions would meet together in fellowship and discernment. Conclusion. This study is not intended to propose a definitive, viable model of synodality. Rather, it is hoped that this study has demonstrated the relevance of the First Council of Nicaea for discerning such a model, particularly in this commemorative year. As mentioned earlier, difficulties with implementing synodality remain, leading many to consider it as either a departure from apostolic tradition or an idea too ambiguous to be practiced. The aim of this study was to show how those at the Nicene Council struggled with similar tensions, resolving them in a way that demonstrates how implementing synodality in the Church can be achieved. Constantine's interventions at the Council unintentionally contributed to the idea of an ecclesiology in which laity have a significant but limited consultative role. The bishops' assertion of their authority foreshadowed modern debates on the respective roles of the hierarchy and the laity in the synodal church. The conciliar canons and the communion of local churches establish a precedent of the shared responsibility of all bishops on doctrine. All of these contribute to an understanding of the First Council of Nicaea as not only a milestone in church doctrine, but a valuable historical paradigm of a synodal church. As debates on implementing synodality continue, the Council offers Christians, particularly those of the Latin Church, a model of a church in which all elements converge in service to its unity and ecumenical engagement. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ismail. Now we will hear to Karolina Stauberowa from the Czech Republic. We will hear about the proceeding of the Lateran Synod.
Here or there? Okay. You see something? But you have the PowerPoint here, probably. Oh, let's try exploring. Or if you have the PowerPoint here, then. But if you have the PowerPoint here, then... okay. There we go. Okay, not great. There we go. Great. Okay, so thank you for having me, and I will talk shortly, hopefully shortly, about the Lateran Synod that actually convoked between 5th and 31st of October 649. So it seems that October is a good month for synods and conferences about synods. Despite it has been promised in the morning, my paper will not be about the what actually has been discussed or agreed or dogmatized at the synod. We can have it by the coffee later on. But as we are in the conference about synodality, my focus will be rather on reflecting upon the way of the proceedings and the theological debates, and how actually the presiding pope and all the bishops perceived their own role of guardians of the orthodoxy. However, you need to jump a little bit for the historical context about 2 centuries back. So what was the main topic of the Synod? Although the Council of Chalcedon in 451 defined the union of Christ's divine and human natures in a single person, the question of the precise nature of this union remained unresolved, particularly whether Christ's human nature had, or human nature at all, had been irreversibly impaired and thus necessarily in conflict with the divine. So various interpretations concerning the manner and mode in which Christ's human nature could coexist with the divine found a seemingly plausible solution in the so-called monothelite theory, according to which Christ's human will was replaced by the divine. In 638, Emperor Heraclius, prompted by the Patriarch Sergius of Constantinople and with rather unfortunate support of Pope Honorius, issued the edict Ecthesis, which affirmed in Christ only a single divine will, so here we talk about monothelitism, and a single mode of operations, called monoenergism. The role of the principal opponent was assumed by monk Maximus the Confessor, who also gradually gained considerable influence in Rome. The defenders of Chalcedonian Christology eventually succeeded in persuading Heraclius' successor, Constans II, to revoke the Ecthesis, and in its place Constans issued in 648 another document, the Typos, which for safety's sake forbade any discussion on the question of the 1 or 2 wills or energies of Christ. However, this was equally unacceptable for the orthodox adherents of the Chalcedonian faith, and therefore, so Pope Martin, who ascended the papal throne in 649, and in his kind of self-understanding as the universal head of the church, struggle intensified against the monothelism and the assertion of papal authority over imperial claims, and therefore basically convoked the Synod in the Lateran Basilica in Rome in October of the same year, despite the emperor's ban of any discussion of the Christ's will. So few words about the Synod in October 649 was divided in 5 sessions called Secretarii. Approximately 150 bishops participated, but the vast majority of them from Italy, Sicily, Sardinia, however, nobody from Lombard territories, few bishops from North Africa and few other regions of the empire. The course of the proceedings and the mode of theological argumentation, however, proved highly problematic, which I will talk about later. And I will quote historian Heinz Ohme, who said, "The Synod assembled as a court of law for the hitherto unprecedented purpose of anathemizing 3 patriarchs of Constantinople, 1 of Alexandria, 2 imperial decrees, and a bishop denounced as a heresiarch." And then in the Acts of the Synod, several speakers conspicuously and repeatedly assert that all proceedings are conducted canonically, properly, and in accordance with the ecclesiastical statuses. End of quote. Question is, was it a local provincial synod or a proper ecumenical council? Within the Western tradition, it came to be regarded as a quasi-ecumenical council. So it's quoted by some of the historians as un concile presque œcuménique, on the grounds that its conclusions were confirmed by the Pope, Martin, and then its canons were formally received as doctrine by Pope Agathon in the opening of the Third Council of Constantinople in 680. Some theologians have readily accepted it as an established fact, even though neither in the geographical composition, where majority of the bishops were from Italy, nor in its procedural forms, where actually the Pope was the chairman and played the main role. did the synod bear resemblance to an ecumenical council, yeah? And rather it was another local Roman synod. And moreover, Martin was perceived in Constantinople as usurper, who had no legitimate claim to the papal throne. Questions are about the type of the synod or council. So some were regarding as a kind of a distinct type of council, a papally dominated magisterial procedure of the sedes apostolica. However, I quoted already Heinz Omme, where I'm actually basing my paper, and he says this was a so-called accusatory process. And in his interpretation, the synod functioned as a collective court of law. Yeah? By the time the rules of how the accusatory process against bishops and clerics was already established and developed during the 5th and 6th centuries. As I already said, in the Acts of the Lateran Synod, the Pope and the other participants repeatedly emphasized that the synodal procedures have been observed according to the statuses and canonically. As a church history makes clear, such conspicuous insistence on a particular fact is a clear invitation to students and scholars to examine it more carefully, what is actually behind. You can say that the Pope, who presided over all the sessions, stated in his extensive opening address that the reason for convening the synod was the profound concern of the faithful in almost the whole world, almost the whole oikumene, manifested in many petitions, accusations, and appeals that reached him either in writing or in person. The subjects of the indictments were the Patriarch Cyril, Sergius, Pyrrhus, and Paul, and already deceived Bishop Theodore of Faran were accused of heresy, but I will now focus rather on the way of the discussions and proceedings. And also it has been proven in the modern editions that the Pope's claim of a wave of protest in the whole oikumene from west to east was a clear exaggeration. The conciliar acts, although in accordance with the contemporary conventions that were composed in a direct speech and dialogical form, so-called the gesta style, are obviously not a stenographical record of the discussions in the conciliar hall. It's a purely literary construct. We can see it in the percentages of speeches of the bishops and of the Pope from the text analysis, and also the sporadic speeches and the complete silence of 97 out of the 106 participating Italian bishops may be explained partly by the central significance ascribed to the Pope for the legitimacy of the synod, and partly by the procedural necessity of arriving an anonymous judgment of the heretics and their teaching as the expression of the unity of the Church guided by the Holy Spirit in its magisterial office. It has been already proven that also the original version of the conciliar act was written in Greek and then translated to Latin and already been prepared even before the synod convened, including all the anathemas against the heretics, so-called. What was then the role of the Pope? It was markedly dominant, to the point of resembling, I can call it a one-man show. As we have already seen, the role of the other bishops was largely acquiescent and deferential, often even giving the impression of, I can call it a staged performance, in which a representative of the Episcopal College would cue the Pope with responses, prompting the others to express loud indignation at the malice of the heretics and to inform the Pope's proper exercise of his function as a universal judge and guardian of the true faith. What is striking here that repeatedly the Pope refers himself to Pope Leo the Great, especially to the Council of Chalcedon and the pivotal document, this Tomus ad Flavianum, which has been the synod main topic, this communicatio idiomatum, the mutual communication of properties between Christ's divinity and humanity. And this was repeatedly cited as a proof that actually the Pope Martin is the successor of the other Orthodox popes and having the apostolic authority to ensure and guard the faith of the Church. However, this very effort to legitimize the transgression of canonical competencies, as we will see on the next slide, in the accusatory process, through the repeated emphasis on papal authority, was also reflected in the course of the proceedings themselves, in which the Pope acted not only as the presiding officer, but in effect as both prosecutor and judge. And at the Lateran Synod, therefore, the papal role came to be shaped as that of a universal judge who, in the defense and promotion of orthodoxy, did not hesitate to employ any means, even those that disregarded already established canonical procedures of the so-called accusatory process. In the table behind, you can see some key factors, how the accusatory process was actually established already at the time, including which court had which power over bishops or patriarchs, how many times they had to be summoned, if it was possible to invite them for the hearing, did they need to appear, had there needed to be the proceedings in their absence. So here we talk about the proceedings in contumatiam, with judgment rendered unilaterally without them. I will just maybe jump this process for the sake of time. But what we can see here on the slide, the main issue here is that even at the opening address of Pope Martin and the consecutive session of the Synod already assumed the character of the indictment, and in which the verdict of the Synod was effectively anticipated. So in this way, the legally prescribed strict separation between prosecutor and judge was bypassed, and also the verdict was firmly set down in writing before the beginning of the proceedings and rendered the entire trial, in effect, a farce, we can say. So why was that? Why did they bypass all the canonical and ecclesiastical rules in all the summoning the accused, pre-prepared facts? I'm employing here, and I think this is one of the key reasons, is what we can call this constructing the image of the heretic as an inner enemy, where that actually helps to build the identity. Because even in the accusatory process, even in cases of the proven guilt, the condemnation of the accused was not the only possible conclusion of the accusatory process. The aim also included the willingness of the accused heretic to recognize the error of his teaching. Once heresy was recanted, a judgment could be also averted. But here we just have the feeling that the purpose was not to bring the heretics back to the true faith, back to the church, and reintegrate them into the Orthodox faith, but rather to condemn them deliberately and thereby reinforce the internal cohesion, which we can see clearly even in the pre-written, pre-prepared acts. So rather than the acts being the record of an open theological debate, was in fact a theological and / political statement to condemn monothelitism, and proving that this is a heresy that is actually now becoming into under this form, but in fact it's like a repetition of the old heresies such as Nestorianism, Arianism, and so on. To conclude, my paper was named this Latrocinium Lateranum. So I take the liberty a little bit to compare this, the Robber Synod of Ephes in 449 and 200 years later, the Lateran Synod. What was happening there at in Ephes? We still talk about the letter of Pope Leo the Great to Patriarch of Constantinople Flavian, this famous Thomus ad Flavianum, that was actually accepted at the Council of Chalcedon 451. But at the Synod of Ephes, it was even not possible to read it publicly. Therefore, at that time, the Papal Curia refused to participate at the proceedings, and then Leo in his epistles denounced the council as this Latrocinium Ephesinum, the Robber Synod. Then the new ecumenical council was convoked in 451 at Chalcedon and actually precised the theological conclusions of the council together with the authority of the Pope as guarantor of orthodoxy. The Lateran Synod 200 years later actually reversed the perspective. So at the Lateran, the papal authority imposed the opposite theological direction through irregular means and also violations of the processes. So even though the synod was convened and presided by the Pope and basically proven as orthodox, it was only the theological conclusions that were accepted by the next ecumenical council in Constantinople, like 30 years later, but the violations of the procedures were silenced, so to say. And what I can say at the end, that regardless of its theological conclusions, I think the Lateran Synod remains a troubling episode. Because although in the Western tradition it was acknowledged as a proof of orthodoxy and as a confirmation of papal emancipation towards the emperor, because at that time only the councils had to be convened by the emperor or approved by the emperor, and we are in the middle of 7th century, so already was playing an important role in the early Middle Ages as in the new configuration of relations between secular and ecclesiastical power. It nevertheless represented yet another instance of the exercise of arbitrary power by Christ's disciples, bishops, theologians. And I can conclude that, my statement can be, so like the illegitimate Ephesian Synod can be, maybe without exaggeration, be designated also as Latrocinium Lateranum. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Our next participant will be Mark Beszterczei from Hungary. And again, we will have an opportunity to hear about the Lateran Synod of 649.
not
Thank you. Congregati carissimi, since varietas delectat, I will speak about the Lateran Council too. So, since Carolina held, I think, wonderful presentation before mine, I have both an easy and a hard task. I can leave out any kind of introduction, but also I will maybe repeat some parts of the presentation of Carolina, although my paper has slightly different focuses. In my presentation, I would like to speak about the method of combating heresy used by the Lateran Council. I will attempt to divide this question into smaller parts, concentrating mostly on how the Council wanted to legitimize itself and build an identity for both for the papacy and for its own theological opponents. What is the first step when you want to defeat your theological enemies? First of all, you have to prove that your theology is legitimate, and for this you need certain foundations on which you can build your legitimacy upon. In the Acts of the Lateran Council, we can examine an identity building for the papacy and also for the council itself, since the synod not just wanted to prove its own legitimacy, but also wanted to prove that the Pope, in this case Martin I, who convoked the council, has apostolic authority, authentitia apostolicae, and power, exousia apostolicae, which are the two most prominent concepts related to papal representation in the Acts. Essentially, all other statements related to the papal role are based on these concepts. It is emphasized, for example, by Martin I and also by others, that complaints from faithful believers were arriving in Rome from all over the Christian world. We heard about it in the previous presentation. So that complaints from faithful believers were arriving in Rome, urging Rome to take action against heretics. This suggests that the Orthodox majority, if we can speak about it, was backing Rome and expecting help from it, as if Rome were some sort of theological aid center. As Pope Martin says at the first session, I quote, "A great number of the Orthodox in various places felt compelled to present pleas or charges against them, against the heretics, to our apostolic see, urging the exclusion by apostolic authority of so great and so dire an evil." End of quote. Martin speaks about the great number of Orthodox, pleistoi ton orthodoxon, and he emphasizes that they asked the Roman See to excise the heresy by apostolic power, the apostolices exousias. The Council's role as the defender of the true faith is also mentioned a lot of times. For example, at the beginning of the first session, in the first speech, Theophylactus Primicerius says that the council assembled, I quote, both for the refutation, apostrophen, of this heresy and for the protection, paraphylakein, of the Orthodox faith, end of quote. Theophylactus also mentions that the council was convoked by apostolic authority, sine calesan ex authentias apostolices. It is clear that the council and the papacy based its legitimacy on the apostolicity and the power and authority deriving from it. This was strengthened by the other participants of the council, who accepted the authority of the papacy together with its claims regarding primacy over the church. In the letters which were read out at the second session, we can see passages proving this acceptance. For example, in the letter of Stephen of Dora, who was the papal vicar to Palestine in that time, Rome is referred to as the see that rules and presides over all others, te passon archuse kai hyperkeimene cathedra. And also the Eastern monks introduced their letter by stating that the Pope is the president and primate of you and of all. Panton prokatetzomenu tekai euarchontos. The monks also declare that this is because of a divine decree. They say theokritos. If we go back to the letter of Stephen, we can see that he also offers a lengthy explanation that the papal authority, which is both apostolic and canonical, ex apostolices etoi canonices eiothen authentias, is based on a special mandate given to Peter, who as the head of the apostles, Koryphaios ton apostolon, was given the keys to the heavenly kingdom. This is the reason why Stephen, I quote, announced these things, dianangai lomen tauta, namely the supplications concerning the wall debate, to the apostolic see, since it is accustomed, I quote, from the first and from of old, epeide tuto pratein anothen kai ex arches. Oh, okay. In my opinion, Stephen's statement also means that since it has been accustomed from the beginning that every theological dispute has to be announced to Rome, then everyone has to turn to Rome in all theological disputes and consult its opinion. As I can see, the mentioned passage is part of a certain historical narrative or narrative building with which the council's participants try to support the legitimacy of a synod convoked by the Roman Pope. As we saw earlier, the emphasis on the Petrine succession has an important part in the identity building of the council and the papacy. There is another interesting passage in another letter written by Sergius, Bishop of Cyprus. In that letter we can read that, I quote, Christ, our God, founded your apostolic see, O sacred head, as a divinely fixed and immovable support and conspicuous inscription of the faith. For you are Peter, and on your foundation the pillars of the church are fixed, end of quote. Sergius says that the Roman see is founded by Christ. Ten sein apostoliken cathedran hydrysato Christos, hotheos hemon, as a support and inscription of the faith, asaleuton kai stelographian diaphane, because the Pope is the foundation, themelio, of the church as the representative of Peter. This kind of papal identity is reinforced by letters from various African bishops, in which it is also stated that the apostolic throne, at the apostolic throne, apod apostolicam sedem, there is a great and inexhaustible spring, magnum et indeficientem fontem, from which water irrigates the entire Christian world, de quo rivuli prodeunt adfluenter universum orbem Christianorum. When discussing divine matters in recurrendis Dei rebus, namely engaging with theological issues, the Pope has the right from the old times, vetusta sollicitudo est, to examine various teachings, since he has the authority to condemn false teachings, mala damnara, and to accept praiseworthy ones. Probare laudanda. In my opinion, it is clear that the conciliar acts strongly emphasize papal authority and apostolic power, primarily because this also allowed the council convened by the Pope to be attributed with apostolic and universal authority. It is also important to note that the Acts also emphasize in a lot of passages that the dio-energist, diocelite theology is based upon the teaching of the Church Fathers and the ecumenical councils. These kinds of connections to the theological tradition of the Church also played an important role in the identity building of the Council and the papacy, since, based on them, the Council could demonstrate that there is a certain continuity between, for example, the ecumenical councils and the Lateran Council itself. This also made it possible for them to support their narrative building about themselves as the defenders of the Orthodox teaching and about their enemies as the attackers of the true faith. Unfortunately, I do not have time to speak more about the Lateran Council and its historical, theological, narrative building, as I now have to turn to the second part of my presentation, which will be about the representation of heretics. Since in a theological conflict, it is also important to delegitimize your opponents and their theology, I will show some examples of the representation of heresy and the heretical anti-identity building which was conducted by the Lateran Council. At the first session, for example, Pope Martin I defined the essence of heretics and their actions. According to this description, heretics abolish the true faith, dyskherainantes ten theiotaten homologia, and they pretend to be priests, pseudonymoi tines hieres, which makes them something like the agents of the devil within the church. Furthermore, they have another important action, misinterpreting, par exegesanto, falsifying, notheusantes, and twisting metastrephontes, the scripture and the church fathers. There are several passages that claim that heretics always work with misinterpretation and innovation, kainotomia. In the next passage we can read that there are people who lead the overturning of the unimpeachable faith, anatropentes amometu pisteos, and the text naming Cyrus of Alexandria and 3 patriarchs of Constantinople, Sergius, Pyrrhus, and Paul. Accordingly, the heretics have their leaders within the church who act against the true faith of Christ, and these leaders are the patriarchs of Constantinople and their supporters mostly. It seems that the most important problem was the attack of these heretics against the Council of Chalcedon, which imposed a sentence against those who innovate against the unimpeachable faith. Tenen keimenin endikos apophasin kataton tas kainotomias poiunton. Through innovations, the heretics attacked the Holy Council of Chalcedon, as we can read, I quote, against which indeed the whole of their struggle and campaign was directed. Kat hes autois kai hoppas synesteken agon te kai polemos. I think the word polemos has serious importance, since this word is the basis of a kind of a militarist phrasing of the acts. The heretics are waging war against the Church of God by attacking the true faith and the true Christology of the fathers and ecumenical councils. Adding insult to injury, the heretics, as it is written in the letter of Stephanus of Dora, I quote, revived the doctrines of the heretics Apollinarius and Severus, ta Apollinariu kai Severu ton hereticon anekainis and dogmata, by speaking about one will and activity in Christ. This indicates that there is a continuity between the monoenergist and monothelite heresy and antecedent heretics. There is nothing new. Old heresies had always been trying to overthrow the true faith, and the heretics of the age of the Lateran Council intended to do the same according to the opinion of the council, of course. However, they could only deceive simple-minded people, haplusteron. Their hidden heresy, cryptomenein hairesin, had been revealed, ekphenantes, and it is obvious that they are, I quote, in agreement with the followers of Severus, Apollinarius, Nestorius, and Theodore, the evil heretics who harmed the mystery of Christ God by fusion or separation, end of quote. That is, they are continuing the work of the mentioned heretics as if there were a certain translatio hereseos. In the next passage, which is from the letter of Victor, the Bishop of Carthage, which was read during the second session of the council, it is stated that the heretics operate with venomous, snake-like cunning, venenosa serpentum astutia, and craftily deceit, dolosa fallacia, since they want to overthrow the teaching of Chalcedon, the confession of the two natures of Christ. As Victor asks, for what is it to take away the properties of the natures in Christ, our Lord, if not to introduce a fusion of the same natures? With this, the heretics are violating the true faith of the fathers of Chalcedon. At the third session, Pope Martin I pressed upon the militarist phrasing against the heretics. saying that the heretics who make war on the spiritual Jerusalem, namely the Catholic Church, pneumatikén Hieroszalém, éguntén katholikén ecclesián, are imitating the enemies of Israel, who made war on the earthly Jerusalem, tén géinén Hieroszalém. Based on this, we can say that there is a continuity between the enemies of Israel, like the Assyrians, Babylonians, etc., and the heretics. Directly after that, there is a very interesting and quite particular passage in which he warns that just as Rabshakeh, the leader of the Assyrian army against Jerusalem, spoke in Hebrew to the people of Israel in their ancestral tongue, patriophone, and tried to mislead them, so the heretics used the language of the fathers to deceive the Christians and the Church of God. Before the conclusions, I will speak a little bit about... Oh, okay. In that case, I will speak about the why are these things are important for us when we are dealing with the 7th century and the Lateran Council. As an answer, I would say to that question that because the papacy tried to use all these kind of orthodox and heretical identity building which was conducted by the council to achieve its certain ecclesiopolitical goals. Let me explain briefly the basis of my claim. Pope Martin convoked the Lateran Council, which, as we saw, performed an orthodox identity building and also a narrative building, demonstrating the orthodoxy and the theological legitimacy of the papacy and the council itself. Besides that, it tried to build up a heretic anti-identity too, delegitimizing the opponents of the council's dio-energist and diothelite Christology. The Lateran Council confessed dio-energism and diotheletism as orthodox teachings and anathematized 3 patriarchs of Constantinople, Sergius, Pyrrhus, and Paul, and everyone who agreed with their monoenergism and or monotheletism. In addition, Pope Martin wrote 13 letters after the council, which were sent to bishops like the Frankish Amandus or John of Philadelphia, to all churches like Carthage or Jerusalem and Antioch, and also to the emperor himself, Constans II. The Pope sent the conciliar acts together with the letters and tried to spread the council's decisions to get recognition for it from other parts of the Christian world. For example, the Pope emphasized in the letter written to John of Philadelphia that he must make the conciliar decisions known to everyone, passi parangelle, and he needs to achieve their acceptance unaltered, aparabatos katekein. Martin tried to mobilize the western and eastern parts of the church alike to form a kind of dogmatic community against the heretics, namely the Church of Constantinople and its supporters, and the framing of the so-called heretic anti-identity, which I spoke about, is becoming interesting at this point. The council decided who the heretics are, and now the Pope can rely on this decision when calling others for cooperating with Rome against the mentioned heretics. The Orthodox identity building of the papacy and the council is also important, since in the letters, especially in the letters which were sent to the eastern parts of the church, where Martin appointed John of Philadelphia as a papal vicar, apostolices topoteresias, we can read about the apostolic power and authority which were granted to the papacy by the Lord through Peter, Kekarismenes hemin paracuriu dia Petru, and based on this mandate, the Pope has the right to appoint a vicar and intervene in the matters of the Eastern churches. In summary, the Lateran Council of 649 employed a sophisticated methodology to combat heresy, rooted in reinforcing papal legitimacy through the claim of apostolic power and authority, together with emphasizing a certain continuity between the Lateran Council and the teaching of the Church Fathers and ecumenical councils. By framing itself as the defender of orthodoxy and emphasizing the authority of Peter, the Council and the Pope himself sought to legitimize its teachings with the help of a certain Orthodox identity building. Besides that, the Council also attempted to delegitimize and condemn the opposing faction based on the aforementioned authority, by which the Council and the papacy has the jurisdiction to decide who is heretic and who is orthodox. This theological strategy served not only to settle the dogmatic conflict, or try to settle the dogmatic conflict, but also to achieve certain ecclesio-political goals, strengthening the papacy's influence across the Christian world and especially over the eastern parts of the Church. Finally, the Lateran Council and the whole conflict exemplify perfectly how theological disputes were intervened with identity building together with the question of primacy and jurisdiction in church history. Recognizing these dynamics enriches our understanding of how important the role of the councils was in the construction of ecclesiastical authority and doctrinal orthodoxy. And thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mark. Since we have heard 4 lectures, now it's time for questions and discussions. If anybody has a question, please give me a sign. Yeah, please sit down.
Oh, okay.
I'm the one who has technical problems always.
Dobrze. So thank you very much for all the presentations. My question may be to all but the first prelegents together in a way, because firstly to Mr. Adibua, when you were talking about this participation of the lay people, especially in Nicaea, well, actually you presented one lay person, and it's not a very regular lay person, it's the emperor. And since your presentation was a bit more even theological than historical, I would ask you whether you think it's a good model for synodality nowadays. Is the church to seek the advice of, be it Donald Trump or Joe Biden, because it would be the analogy, more or less. And then the emperor, I think, is not even a typical lay person. And connected to this somehow is more to Mrs. Stauberova, but also maybe to Mr. Bestercai, that, well, I liked this table with how should the canonical proceedings look alike, but I'm not sure if it was codified in a way at the moment. From where do you take those rules? I agree that it should be like this, but was it written down somewhere? And one big difference between Latrocinium Ephesinum and Lateran 649 was that in Ephesus in 449 there was the secular power behind the council, and in 649 it's not behind the council, but in fact the council is a bit against. Not even a bit, against the emperor. So isn't a bit too far-fetching to show it as so illegal? Well, I mean, so illegal canonically it is, if it is, and not as it used to be presented in the Western tradition as an act of courage against the imperial authority. Thank you.
Well, I have to say I did expect. This sort of question. Thank you, but yes, you're quite right in that there's this concept called Caesaropapism. Caesaropapism, in which bishops and their synods rejected imperial influence. So you're quite right to question whether we should look to Constantine as a, for lack of a better term, exemplar for lay participation. And no, as I stated in the towards the end of my paper. This is not to propose a viable model or even a working model. This is just to propose that Nicaea can be a guide to navigate certain conversations on synodality, especially for the Latin Church. But I try to, in the paper, be as nuanced as possible. There are, of course, I use the example of the Arian bishops. Now, of course, they were ultimately deemed as heretics, but that's not unique to them. This resistance to imperial interference with councils, and I hope my example of John Henry Cardinal Newman, in a way, sort of counteracted that. And he on the role of the laity, he was writing as an English convert to the Catholic faith, talking about how there are very limited cases. The limited case being that the laity, for example, on the what we call ex-cathedra pronouncements, like the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, the doctrine of the Assumption, proclaimed by popes ex-cathedra, that there should be a consultation of the laity, particularly when dogmas like these would affect their devotional lives. You think of devotion to the Immaculate Conception and to the Assumption, for example. So this is where Cardinal Newman comes in. But yes, I do agree that as a lone case study, should Constantine be deemed as an exemplar for lay participation? Personally, I'd say no, but that's why I brought in Cardinal Newman and his nuanced view on the limited role of the laity.
Thank you very much.
The question was to me about this accusatory process. Well, I cannot give you like by heart all the where it was codified. However, yeah, in the paper will be the list of the bibliography and all this. So there are much better communications than mine about more detailed about actually the law that has been applied in secular and also ecclesiastical context. But the main thing which, for the sake of time, I didn't mention, I wanted to compare it not only with this robber synod of Ephesus, and no matter that there was actually not the emperor, because the emperor was, it has been still a political statement, and the Pope Martin was then afterwards writing to the emperor, trying to seek for support of all these canonical epistles that he was sending around, promising the emperor that if you support this, what has been proclaimed as Orthodox faith, you will be rewarded by God, and so on. Just don't forget, we are in the mid of the 7th century, so there is a situation about the Arab invasions, so the empire is not stable. And I think this was the main purpose of like how to stabilize the church, kind of fortified city. But coming back to very briefly to all these accusatory processes and so on, what I didn't mention, but I will mention it this time, we can compare it with the Second Council of Constantinople, a century before, 553, all these 3 chapters and Origenism controversy, that actually the council was condemning the heretics that were already dead, could not come, could not speak for themselves. The same at the Lateran Synod, there were only excerpts or some fragments read from all the people that were accused. So at least those who were still alive were even not summoned, could not appear, could not defend themselves. Yeah, that's why I call it. It's not for like a good purpose. You cannot employ the not good means. No matter if it's blessed by the emperor or not. Yeah, and was the question to you also? I think no.
Do we have any other questions?
Grzegorz Pakowski.
Grzegorz Pakowski.
Last two of the lecturers. How do we know that the acts were prepared before? Was it written down by somebody, or yes? What is the source? That's one interesting thing for me. And the other one, can you have any assumption who could have written it? Was it somebody directly connected to the Pope, or could it be another person? It required quite a lot of knowledge, both theology and literature.
Well, I can briefly say it's there was a textual analysis, and this is coming from the critical edition from the Acta Concilium Ecumenicorum from Rudolf Riedinger, that actually, based on the textual analysis, has proven that the original version was Greek, and then it was translated to Latin. Most likely, as Maximus the Confessor was already in Rome for like 10 years and gaining the influence together with a group of monks. So most likely it was this group of the Greek monks and with some Roman clerics who were actually doing the translation. From what I have understood during the studies, it was not unusual, because it was not that the acts or some script was prepared. Question is up to which level of detail, including all the condemnations, anathemas, it really had to be prepared. If you wanna.
And I just want to add that the acts were written by this Eastern monastic group led by Maximus the Confessor, but even the theological foundation and the theological basis itself is a Maximian theology. So it's the Christology of Maximus with the natural wills and energies. So it's important to emphasize that it's the theology itself, which was confessed by the Lateran Council, is a theology of a certain Eastern group led by Maximus.
We still got time for a short question, as we were reminded.
Okay, so the very short question without comment to the last two lecturers about the Lateran Synod of 649. Do you believe that this council is an example of a Western ecclesiology in a very well-developed way, claiming the primatus jurisdictionis de jure divina, so the primacy of jurisdiction by divine right over the universal church? So this is, because from your presentation, I think so, but yeah. And what would you say to this very short, like I will be the advocate of devil, like one of the best scholars in Maximian theology is Jean-Claude Lauchet, great, so, and he's, okay.
There was a question, enough.
I have a really brief answer. Yes, I think so. So we can speak about this kind of Western ecclesiology, I would say, as you put it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for a short answer. And the last question.
Well, I was just wondering, for the first presentation, usually the early councils insisted on the exact wording. Yeah, either you believe homoousios or you don't. But you explained, quite rightly so, and that I was a little bit surprised that all of a sudden Augustine and others say, no. The term is not there, but the concept is. Yeah, but that again could be, let us say, the argument of Hans Küng. No. We changed the wording of the profession of faith, but we keep to the concept, to the idea. And even now, the church would say, not really, because every change of the literal wording makes a change in the concept. So I think that's a very interesting thing, maybe to explore a little bit more.
Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting, and I have to admit that that I could have only hints to topics, but I agree that it's very interesting to look at the terms, because homoousios was one of the most important terms at that council, and when we translate a term, let's say so, to Latin, it's very interesting to see how the rendering, the translation was usually made in the 4th and the 5th century, and we use now consubstantialem patri, and at that time the first 3 authors used una substantia. So we can agree with both terms, but just to see the other angle of the theology, it's very interesting, and to see the background.
I'm smiling, and I think many people do not understand when they pray consubstantial Father, what that really means.
We all have to live with it.
Dziękuję bardzo za te.
Thank you very much for your presentations.
Very fruitful time for us as well. That's the example that we can learn as well from the youngest researchers, that everyone has something to say. That's very important. Because you don't have hearing, so we finish for now our second day of our conference. Thank you very much to all participants today. Tomorrow we meet tomorrow, as always, at 9 a.m. to continue our discussions, our hearings. So today we will continue our discussions at 5 p.m. in Convict with the conference dinner. So you're very welcome to that moment, to that event. And thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Have a good night, good sleep. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Get your presentation.